Some things are
Good
evening. I'm calling to order the Town of McCandless meeting of Town Council, February 9th, 2026. Will everyone please rise and remove your hats for the Pledge of Allegiance?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Love hearing all the voices. We'd like to begin today with a few announcements. Number one, with the cancellation of the January 26th, 2026 Town Council meeting, certain staff and liaison reports will be pushed to the February 23rd meeting of Town Council. All action items that were slated for new business, as well as the presentation of the financial report, will be heard at tonight's meeting. Second, with the hard work and support of Senator Lindsey Williams and State Representative Arvin Venkat, the Town of McCandless has received $350,000 for a storm sewer lining project as part of the Small Water and Sewer Grants Program that replaces aging water lines and updates water infrastructure. Thank you, Senator Williams. A Town of McCandless certificate and street sign presentation by Nick Stallman from the Audubon Society of Western Pennsylvania on becoming the 96th road town.
So, would you all like me to stand here? That's good. So I am here on behalf of Audubon Society of Western Pennsylvania, as well as through our partnership with Birdtown, Pennsylvania, to say that whereas this community is working to promote conservation and stewardship through sustainable land care practices, habitat protection, and the restoration of natural system function to create a healthier environment for birds, wildlife, and people, the Town of McCandless is designated an official bird town of Pennsylvania. And I would definitely like to thank Jeff and the rest of the EAC and everyone else who formed the Birdtown Committee and everyone on the council that approved this. We really do look forward to working with you all on creating some more bird-friendly practices. Whenever we received the application for this, I sit on the committee for approving the applications. I literally looked at it for about 2 seconds and was like, wow, this is going to be the easiest one ever. You all are already doing some amazing stuff, and we are hoping just to partner with you to continue to create some amazing resources for birds and people. And with me, I have brought 2 of the street signs.
Oh.
So these can go up, whatever. You want to do a photo or?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so might not be the perfect night for this, but we're honored with this, and this is just another effort by the Environmental Advisory Committee, the council, an idea that was brought by Councilman Wall to us last year at the litter cleanup, brought to us. We worked on it. We put it together with this township, and we're honored to do it. And we think this is another step in education, in advancing the environmental interest of this community. So we thank you for this. And I'd also like to invite everybody to our April 25th roadside cleanup.
Yeah.
And I'll be all here. There was 130 of us last year. We invite you, and we know that a lot of you do attend that, so we would love to see you there. So we get a quick picture and. Jenna? Yeah, yeah.
Everybody?
Perfect.
St. John.
I'll put my face right above the birds.
People working there.
Sure.
Thank you for everything you shared. Thank you for being involved as a young person.
Thank you. Just one of many more reasons why McCandless is such a fabulous place to live. I'm very proud to be a resident here. Do we have any other announcements from council before we move forward?
Madam President, I'd like to recognize two people that passed away in this statute. And Ken Ross was a longtime Ross commissioner that spent the last 15 years of his life here in McCandless. He served a lot of people better than that. And Robert Marty. Bob DeMarty gave to the youth of this community almost in unequal fashion. He coached, he umpires. He was also on North Allegheny Television as a volunteer announcer. So I'd like to take a moment and ask for a moment in their memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Any other announcements from council before we move forward? Hearing none. Next, we will move on to the public comment on agenda items only. And we'd like to make a couple of reminders here for everyone. At this time, citizens may address council on any issue, whether appearing on at this time, citizens may address council on items appearing on the agenda only. We ask that only residents and taxpayers of the town of McCandless to be permitted to address council. Speakers will be permitted to speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Groups of people who want to designate a spokesperson will be allotted some more time, but we ask that you respect that spokesperson and not have people come up and repeat. Citizens are asked to use the microphone here at the speaker's stand, clearly state their name for the record, and keep comments brief and to the point. Please spell your name if it's hard to spell so that we have it for recording. Speakers are reminded that council uses these comments as opportunities to gather information and we will not be responding to questions or comments directly. And I do want to remind everyone, because I think there was some confusion today on resolution of the town 2026-03. This item is not up for a vote this evening. This item is an item of discussion. We want to hear what our residents have to say, and we will not be voting on this matter today. It will be up for a vote on at our February 23rd meeting. Just want to make sure everybody is clear on that. So at this time, we will ask that you please approach the microphone. We ask, and I know we will all be orderly, we will all be polite, and we will give each of our neighbors, friends, and residents of this town the opportunity to speak. So if somebody would like to approach now.
We ask them to make sure they're staying in since they don't stay there.
And if you want to go out of the room, that would be okay. We are at maximum capacity here. We don't want to have to turn anybody else away. Okay.
Good evening, Madam President, members of council. As an informed and interested citizen of McCandless, I would like to express my unequivocal support of the proposed resolution 2603, which establishes an official policy for the enforcement of non-criminal federal immigration laws. I applaud and thank the members of Town Council for addressing this critical and timely issue. Frankly, it's startling to me that we need to address this matter at all. Every American should be outraged by the violation of constitutional and civil rights, as well as the blatant disregard for due process by ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, and Washington officials. The acts of cruelty, violence, and inhumanity being enacted on a daily basis under the guise of law and order by the worst of the worst authorities is unconscionable, and we must do what we can to protest on behalf of and to protect as we can those who are the targets of this unspeakable behavior, and we must do it now. The authors of the resolution articulated the need for action well as they set forth, among other things, the following. McCandless has long been a place of opportunity, regardless of background, racial identity, immigration status, gender identity, sexual orientation, religious belief, or non-belief. And Town Council remains committed to celebrating diversity and assuring that McCandless is welcoming for all, and all individuals must enjoy equal protection of the law. That's equal protection of the law, regardless of immigration status, including the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure. I cannot improve upon these words that so aptly convey what is right and just. I agree with council that an official policy needs to be established, which states that McCandless will not enable or assist ICE or CBP related to civil law enforcement or ICE program 287G. This, I believe, is the least we can do to help to rein in the abuse and the power grab by federal agencies. I offer my personal support to Town Council to assist in any way to further this cause. After all, we are all responsible for what happens in our community. Thank you.
I was going to ask that maybe once one person's speaking, the next person could be ready to take their place right after. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana Clive, and I live here in McCandless. I support our community not wanting to sign a 287G agreement with ICE. As a lifelong church member and follower of Jesus, the violent, destructive actions of ICE have left me devastated and angry. I understand that people may be afraid and that it takes real bravery to step out on this issue. I also understand people's concerns about illegal immigration. But there is no moral, constitutional, or religious practice that justifies the horrific pattern of behavior that we are seeing right now. Cooperating with ICE to invade our streets and communities will make us, all of us, more unsafe. My prayers and thoughts always come back to Jesus' lessons of tolerance and love for all people. He died for our joyful, peaceful coexistence. Experience is a hard teacher, and we have been through this type of vicious hatred many times. It never ends well for any of us. I vote yes to never engage with ICE.
Good evening, esteemed town council members, McCandless residents, and honored guests. Tonight, we address a matter that reflects our community's core values of compassion, respect, and shared humanity. Many concerned community members are raising thoughtful concerns about Resolution 2026-03, which would establish a formal policy prohibiting cooperation between McCandless and federal agencies, non-criminal immigration laws. We can all agree on several important principles. McCandless should be welcoming. Victims and witnesses should feel safe reporting crime. Police officers should focus on protecting public safety, and constitutional protections must always be respected. Resolution 2026-03 goes far beyond reaffirming these values. It establishes a formal policy of non-cooperation with federal authorities, including a prohibition on future collaboration, even in situations that may enhance public safety. Consider the case of Nancy Guthrie. The FBI does not have jurisdiction in that case, but they are assisting local law enforcement under the spirit of cooperation. McCandless Police Department policy today is that it does not formally work with ICE. They do not formally work with ICE today. However, they will take a phone call from time to time. And they got a phone call last year and they were requested to assist. And when they were asked if they had a warrant and they said, no, we did not, we stood down. So the issue is not whether local police should enforce civil immigration law. They are not required to do so. The concern is whether the town should adopt a permanent policy that limits flexibility and formally distances itself from federal law enforcement partners. If someone commits a crime in McCandless and is also unlawfully present in the United States, cooperating with federal authorities may prevent repeat offenses and protect residents. A policy that restricts such cooperation raises concerns about whether the town is necessarily limiting its options. McCandless Police Department upholds constitutional rights of all its residents and visitors. The department has not entered into any agreements or partnership that compel police officers to enforce immigration law. We acknowledge that such responsibilities are federal, and local enforcement prioritizes public safety and the enforcement of community laws. ICE does not request small local police agencies to participate in ICE program 287G. An immigration attorney informed me that this program is typically reserved for larger sheriff's departments. Even if ICE did request it, it would require town council's approval. Local police already enforce criminal warrants and court orders. This authority remains unchanged. The question arises whether codifying a non-cooperation stance is necessary, prudent, or even legal. I recall an instance when ICE requested assistance from McCandless Police, which was rightfully denied due to the absence of proper warrant. Chief Hawk might want to elaborate more on that. We urge the McCandless Town Council to recognize the McCandless Police Department has adopted a balanced approach. They protect victims and witnesses without questioning their immigration status. They emphasize crime prevention and public safety. They preserve flexibility for cooperation with federal authorities when criminal matters are involved. Please consider the potential unintended consequences. For instance, your actions may result in an influx of illegal immigrants into a new sanctuary community, perceived community, or even compel the establishment of a new citizens group reporting potential illegal immigrants to ICE. Both of these measures would likely diminish public safety and foster unnecessary hostilities. Acquiring applications for new qualified police officers is already a challenging process. Your actions will make it even more difficult as you tarnish the town's reputation with unnecessary police regulation. As the old adage goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nick, despite our political differences, I've always commended your thoughtful decision-making. And as our Republican council, we refrain from engaging in national politics. Our legacy encompasses improvements to town infrastructure, includes stormwater controls, roads, smart development, enhanced parks, and addition of 17 acres of green space. Trish, I hold your servant's heart and dedication to fairness in high regard. Your level-headedness and thoughtful approach have been instrumental over the last 4 years in helping restore morale within the police department, administrative offices, and public works. Employees are now proud to work for McCandless. Why jeopardize all that for a political resolution?
Good evening. I'm Cindy Blois. I'm one of the pastors of Ingomar Church on West Ingomar Road, and I'm here tonight to speak in support of Resolution 2026-03, which affirms that local police should focus on local public safety, not federal civil immigration enforcement. Programs like 287G blur that line. They create fear and distrust between immigrant communities and law enforcement. And when trust breaks down, everyone is less safe. We know this plays out in very real ways. When police are perceived as immigration agents, victims of crime, especially people like domestic violence survivors, are less likely to call for help. Witnesses disappear and crimes go unreported. I want to be clear Detaining first and asking questions later causes real harm. Families are traumatized. Children experience fear that does not simply disappear when someone is later released or found to be documented. Trauma cannot be undone like that. There's also a fiscal responsibility issue. In Pennsylvania, taxpayers pay approximately $144 per detainee per day, money that ultimately benefits private detention contractors and shareholders, while local communities absorb the social and legal costs. Federal reimbursement does not fully cover officer training, supervision, prolonged detention, or legal liability. Multiple studies have shown that 287G agreements do not meaningfully reduce violent crime. Yet they pull officers away from the work that they are trained to do, protecting neighborhoods, preventing crime, and building trust. As a pastor, I also want to name the moral dimension. Scripture repeatedly calls us to uphold human dignity, to care for the vulnerable, and to pursue justice that leads to peace. Policies that rely on fear or profiling based on skin color, accent, or last name undermine those values and weaken our shared community. This resolution does not prevent police from enforcing criminal law or honoring valid warrants. It simply affirms that immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility and that McCandless will not entangle local policing with civil immigration enforcement. For the sake of public safety, fiscal responsibility, and human dignity, I urge Council to adopt Resolution 2026-03. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dana Camerata, and I want to congratulate the 4 new people that have come into the council replacing the Republicans. I want to speak to you tonight about concerns regarding the transparency within this new council. In particular, we've had 3 young men recently join the council. While each campaigned on a range of local issues, none of their platforms involved anything on the federal level, let alone immigration law. For example, Nick, you focused on improving stormwater management, strengthening community services. Garbage pickup would be a great thing to get us all involved to do. Look how many are here. Let's work on something like that. Nick, you emphasized addressing climate impacts and in prioritizing investments in wastewater infrastructure. These are important local concerns. Why are we going after this? There was no transparency that was done between the Republicans and the new council. I also want to mention Jack, who is a highly motivated recent graduate who brings strong energy and a desire to contribute. He talks about bringing practical experience from the front lines of governance, which is admirable. But right now, our priorities must remain keeping our communities safe, keeping our taxes low, ensuring our streets are safe and maintained, and we don't need to get engaged in major political issues. These new members are young, they're unexperienced, most have probably not left the homestead, and therefore have a lot to learn about the life of business. I agree, you can laugh, but I'm glad that we have youth. However, I'm very concerned that the Republican leaders were not informed about the town council resolution. And it establishes a policy enforcing non-criminal federal immigration laws. This was handed behind closed doors without including all council members and is disappointing and not in line with the transparency our residents expect. And for those of you young men who promoted yourselves about doing that. My biggest question is to those who chose to implement this resolution and why? Why now? You have so much to learn and there are so many essential responsibilities right here. We should be focusing on what matters most to us locally, keeping our communities safe, maintaining the infrastructure, addressing everyday concerns. We do not need to be involving ourselves in the federal government issues that fall outside the town's scope. I would like to see that the new administration work closely together and work with the younger people that are involved, teach them up through the ropes, and be transparent. And I don't feel that we have transparency, and it's a terrible way to start off teamwork. The last 4 years, you all worked so beautifully together. A lot got accomplished in the township of McCandless, and I'm really proud of that. And I would just like to see that everybody collaborate together, especially with the experts on the staff and in the town of McCandless. And lastly, I just want to remind people about the Sunshine Law. There are regulations requiring transparency and disclosure in government or business. Sunshine laws make meetings, records, votes, deliberations, and other official actions accountable for public observation, participation, and/or inspection. Sunshine laws also require government meetings to be held with sufficient advance notice and at times in places that are convenient and accessible to the public, with the exception for emergency meetings. This, I don't feel, is an emergency situation, and a vote does not have to be passed within a week. I ask that you allow the community to talk more about it amongst ourselves, and we all put a vote on it. Thank you.
I'm Barbara Richards. I would like to speak to the topic of adopting a policy for McCandless that ensures our local resources are used exclusively for the benefit and safety of our community, especially as it pertains to cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. I have a petition for 45 McCandless residents who believe that the proposed resolution 2026-03 is a fair statement as to how our town should proceed. I hope that each council member will vote yes as soon as possible and pass this resolution as it reads. I emailed a copy of this petition and the list of names to each member and the town council, and I would like to submit it for the record. Thank you. Have one.
Hi, my name is Diane Wilmot, W-I-L-M-O-T. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to start by saying that I understand immigration is a deeply personal and emotional issue for many people, and I respect that not everyone here will agree with me. I support ICE because every country has immigration laws, and those laws matter. ICE does not create those laws. Congress does. ICE is tasked with enforcing them, including going after serious criminals, human traffickers, drug traffickers, and individuals who have already gone through the court process and received removal orders. I believe it's possible to support human treatment, due process, and accountability while also supporting law enforcement. Those ideas are not opposites. Abolishing, demoralizing ICE does not fix a broken immigration system. It simply removes enforcement while leaving the laws in place. If we want better outcomes, the solution is real reform, clearer laws, faster court processes, and a system that is fair, orderly, and humane. But until those changes happen, the laws on the books still need to be enforced. My position is not about targeting families or people trying to build better lives. It's about maintaining the rule of law, protecting public safety, and addressing serious crimes while pushing for meaningful reform. We can have compassion and enforcement at the same time, and I believe our community is capable of having that balanced conversation. Thank you.
My name's Kathy Neidhart, Neidhardt. I live at 313 Guinevere Drive, and I've been a resident of McCandless for over 40 years. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to 2603. First and foremost, I appreciate the fact that McCandless is an all-welcoming community. Over the years, I've been blessed with many wonderful friends from all walks of life and all different countries, different lifestyles, you name it. And yes, many of these people are my neighbors today. We're all different, yet we're all the same. Back to the resolution. Not only does the wording of this concern me, but the timing as well. Why now? There have not been any reported incidents of immigrant targeting that we've been made aware of. It gives the appearance the council is trying to create an issue where none exists, or are we just trying to jump on the bandwagon? Also, line item 6 refers to all individuals enjoying equal protection under the law.
This is not an accurate statement. All individuals will not receive equal protection. Undocumented immigrants will be receiving preferential treatment and not held to the same standards as the average citizen. Although the word sanctuary is not used here, the similarities between a sanctuary community and what you are proposing is startling. I did some research online and several sites have the same definition of sanctuary. I have for your info a copy of one of the sites I found, and I can pass that when I'm done. Some of the similarities specifically mention refusing to comply with ICE, refusing to allow local law enforcement to question immigration status, and restricting them from enforcing civil violations that could result in immigration removal. Why must a violation be criminal before it can be acted on? In case some of you didn't know, there were 2 houses in my neighborhood that had been occupied by unregistered immigrants over the past couple years. Both presented major safety concerns to local residents. The most serious of the 2 was the house at the corner of Cumberland and Lancelot. What appeared to be a late-night auto repair business was in fact a drug trafficking and very likely weapons operation. We all had to sit and wait for something to happen. From what I understand, local authorities were unable to take action against this house and its residents. Were it not for ICE stepping in, these activities would still be going on today. The second house is on Guinevere and housed countless unregistered immigrants. Many people lived in the house. Some pitched tents and lived in the backyard. And many of these residents were employed by Emiliano's restaurant. Again, were it not for ICE, this would still be an issue. To this day, the front window is still boarded up and the house is an eyesore. Personally, I don't agree with all of the ICE tactics, but to pass an ordinance prohibiting their operations in McCandless puts all of the residents and law enforcement at a greater risk. You are tying our local police officers' hands and not permitting them to do the job they were hired to do. They too deserve better. My grandparents were all immigrants, and I believe everyone should have the right to live to a safe community and the opportunity to become productive citizens of the United States. Instead of protecting the criminals and putting local residents at risk here, might I suggest you concentrate a community effort to help expedite the process for those people trying to enter the country legally. Be a part of the solution, not the problem. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Atman and I live on Saratoga Drive. I ask you, this got slipped in as one of the previous speakers talked about. It's cold weather. A lot of people don't even know about these things. We're all kind of huddled in the house, but to this crowd tonight, it looks like a lot of people did find out. May I ask you why? Why resolution number 202603? Why do this? We don't have any problems at this point. Let our police take care of the business as usual. They do a great job already. Paragraph 5 states enjoy equal protection of the law regardless of immigration status, including the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizures. Enjoy, the word enjoy, these people are illegal. They're not being documented. That's not right. Paragraph 6, proper documentation is considered a civil violation, not a criminal offense. It's a criminal offense. It's federal law. They are not legal. Why do you need to rewrite immigration laws? You're debunking the U.S. laws and putting McCandless in jeopardy. Why? I keep asking you why. It seems it is popular for towns to just, like Kathy said, jump on the bandwagon because you think that you are followers and not thinkers. We have to think on this one. McCandless cannot legislate this. This is a federal law. More important matters are needing addressed in our town. Why is breaking a law civilly okay? Anything that is considered a civil violation is okay to disregard and break. This is the mindset that you are creating. Civil matters by default are like unpaid property taxes, school taxes, and local taxes. Civil versus criminal. In plain terms, civil violation. Owe money and consequences. Criminal offense equal intentionally broke the law. Undocumented immigration. Actively evading immigration law. Criminal exposure. adopted from other towns. We do this. I have one question. The NFL draft is coming. We are going to be a big part of that. Don't you want your town to be safe? Don't you want our visitors to be safe? If you, it just makes no sense. At this time, we are preparing residents for this. So I say safety first. And one last thing, federal funds. Will we be affected by the federal funds that we work so hard for in this town if you adopt this resolution? Please think about this before you act. Thank you.
I'm Diana Hull, and I'm a McCandless resident. I'm urging this, immigration enforcement is a federal responsibility. When local police departments in other cities have been pulled into federal immigration actions, the results have been disastrous. Reduced public safety, strained local resources, and the collapse of trust between the residents and law enforcement. We cannot allow the citizens of McCandless and our police department to be put in that position. Federal immigration agencies already have received massive federal funding. They do not need and should not receive our limited resources. Our tax dollars should be used to protect our community, not to subsidize federal operations that have caused chaos and harm in other cities. And our residents' constitutional rights must never be compromised by informal cooperation with federal agencies acting without appropriately signed court orders. I am calling on this council not to enter into an agreement of 287 agreement with ICE. These are basic protections that keep our community safe. They keep our police focused on local public safety and ensure that every resident, every neighbor can trust their local government. A public resolution is necessary. It tells our residents that McCandless stands for safety, fairness, responsible use of public resources, and it tells our police that we support them in focusing on their actual job, protecting citizens of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Fuchsen. I live in McCandless for the last 37 years. I want to thank you all for being here tonight. I want to speak clearly and directly of why cooperation with federal immigration and enforcement programs is not only lawful to the town of McCandless, but fully consistent with the responsibilities laid out in our home rule charter. Our charter gives the town council broad authority to act in the interest of public safety, health, and welfare. It states plainly that all legal powers in the township are vested in the council, except where prohibited by state. There is no prohibition, none whatsoever, to cooperate with the federal government agencies. That means the decision rests with us, and we have both the authority and the obligation to use that authority responsibility. Cooperation with ICE is not about politics. It's not about turning our local police into immigration officers. It's about safety. It's about ensuring the individuals have been already arrested for criminal offenses in our community and are handed over appropriately to the federal law. When someone is taken into custody in McCandless for a serious crime that an individual is also warranted by the federal authorities, cooperation ensures that they do not simply walk back into our neighborhoods. It ensures that violent offenders, repeat criminals, individuals with outstanding federal warrants are transferred to the proper jurisdiction. That is the practical common sense and protects our residents. Let me be clear. Cooperation does not mean local officers are conducting immigration sweeps or engaging in federal enforcement activities. It means sharing information, honoring the lawful detainer request, coordinating with someone already in custody, subject to federal action. It's a targeted, responsible approach focuses on individuals who've already broken the law here. This also is a matter of resource management. McCandless is a mid-sized municipality. We do not have unlimited detention capability and the ability to hold high-risk individuals for an extended period. Federal cooperation reduces our burden, lowers our costs, ensures that dangerous offenders are handled by the agency equipped to do so. Most importantly, our residents expect us to uphold the rule of law and maintain the safety in the community. Our home charter emphasizes fairness, order, responsible governance. Supporting cooperation with ICE is consistent with those values. It's a measure, lawful, pragmatic step that strengthens the public safety without overstepping our local role. In short, this is not a political issue, It's a governance issue. It's a public safety issue. It's a decision that falls squarely within the authority granted to us by the McCandless Home Rule. For these reasons, I am supporting the cooperation with ICE. And I just don't understand how we get to pick and choose what laws we want to go. What if this township decides to say, hey, look, I want to drive on the left side of the road?
Please.
Your language.
We will not. I'm speaking. We need to have order. If you don't like what he had to say, you just lost your opportunity to come and speak your own mind. This will not be tolerated.
You'll make me sick.
Thank you.
I talking to you. You scared you.
Brought on.
Okay, Mr. Cookson, if you would like to finish your statement.
Yes, I'm just saying, when do we get to pick and choose which laws we want to enforce? If this community said they want to drive on the left side of the road, that would create chaos. It would put people in danger. We need to cooperate with the government that's in play and be consistent with it for all the safety factors for this community. Let me take few more seconds. We need to learn from Detroit, okay? They did it the wrong way. If we cooperate with ICE, one officer will come and pick these people up and take them away. If we don't, ICE is coming anyhow, and they will be in the neighborhood. And then that puts safety factor in the neighborhood.
Thank you.
So with that said, I support working with ICE.
Good evening, everyone. I stand before you this evening. Oh, Rita Martin. As an engaged citizen of this community and this country, but I'm also the daughter of immigrants, someone who couldn't speak a word of English when she started kindergarten. My parents were two immigrants who were treated with respect and dignity in their community and never asked for their papers. Our Irish neighbor guided my mom and sponsored her when she obtained her citizenship, and I tutored her on everything America. I was there when she was sworn in, and the first time she voted was a celebration at our house. So it is with absolute horror that I see agents of my government engaged in thuggish and vicious behavior toward immigrants, human beings without criminal records, who may be working here or here hoping to work towards citizenship. Men and women like my parents. I say, what has happened to my country? It's with deep conviction that I urge you to vote in support of this well-crafted and very necessary. And you say, why now? Many communities are adopting these types of resolutions. Oakmont, Stowe Township, several I can name, because they are realizing the danger that this, you say we can't pick and choose the laws. Well, they are picking and choosing because they don't have warrants. They don't. I do not want the exemplary McCandless Police Department tarnished by participation in any of the illegal and immoral and barbaric actions of DHS ICE agents. Our police officers are trained to protect the citizens of this community, no matter their race, nationality, or status. Let's not put them in the position of enabling mask-wearing agents who do not read Miranda rights and act without judge-issued warrants. What happened at a local Mexican restaurant when workers were rounded up like cattle, handcuffed, foot-laced, and no probable cause. That should not and cannot go on in our community. And this prohibits that. And here are a couple other things. Here are a couple things to remember. Living here illegally is by law a civil offense, not a criminal offense. Unless the person has committed a crime, and then it becomes a criminal offense. 2, monies from the federal government are distributed through the state unless we get a grant, and that comes from our Congress, and only they can take it away, not this president who wants to use those kind of tactics to force people to do what he wants. No, no, no. He's not following the Constitution. Many communities have proposed and passed similar resolutions, Oakmont, Stowe, and Oakmont just last week, because that happened to Mr. Flores. He was here with a working document that he could come here and work for Oakmont Bakery. And he was just picked up and thrown in a van and taken away. And you know what the ICE agent said? Oh, people with those kind of documents have no civil rights. Well, that was a lie. And that's what ICE agents do. They just make it up as they go on. It's my strongest hope that McCandless will pass this resolution unanimously to protect our police officers, to protect our immigrants. And if they are committing crimes, I know that my police department will take care of it because I'm on the personnel committee and they are wonderful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Jackson. I speak to you today as a resident of McCandless Township and as a voter. But most importantly, I speak to you as a human being, one who has watched other human beings who happen to be immigrants defiled, abused, beaten, warehoused in inhumane conditions, and denied their constitutional rights. I have listened while they have been called vile and unspeakable names in an attempt to deny their very humanity. And each of us in this room has ancestors who were subject to the same treatment. And look what those ancestors have been able to accomplish. Make no mistake, the brutality of ICE is not about removing the worst of the worst. It is about sowing fear and intimidation to make us compliant, to show us that we are powerless. Let us not forget those who have been killed by ICE for merely asserting their constitutional right to protest. And yet, here we are, challenging that erroneous assumption. We are here to protect our friends and neighbors, perhaps our relatives. I am here to speak for the people who work beside us, who pay taxes, whose children are our children's friends. Our respected police force should never be required to participate in such cruelty. I am here to offer my complete support for Resolution 26-03, and let me close with the words of Benjamin Franklin. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. Thank you very much.
Sir, I just want to remind everybody to please remain silent while others are speaking. We want to give you the same respect.
My name is David Usher, and I congratulate those of you who are newly elected to this council, and I thank all of you for your service to this community. I am a relatively new resident in McCandless. I moved here with my wife in 2024. I am not a citizen. I'm here legally with a green card. My children are all US citizens. But as we are discovering, being in this country legally means nothing to ICE and other federal agencies who are abducting people, terrorizing whole neighborhoods. I find it extraordinary that as a non-American, I must remind people in this room that the Constitution applies to all people, not to all citizens, not to people who came here legally. The Constitution applies to all people, regardless of who they are, the language they speak, the food they eat, regardless of all of that. I also find it extraordinary to hear people talking about public safety when we know there are people in McCandless who are too frightened to leave their homes. As a non-citizen with a green card, I know there is only one thing that protects me from being terrified of having my front door kicked down, dragged from my car, pepper sprayed, detained, and possibly deported. There is one thing that protects me from that: my white skin. Two weeks ago, I was in Minneapolis, one of 1,000 or more clergy who came to that city as a faith witness in support of the terrorized local communities. There, I witnessed firsthand what ICE and CBP are doing. They are not enforcing the law. They're not even enforcing immigration policy. They are mercenary bounty hunters who are getting paid per capita for how many people they detain, regardless of the status of the people they detain. The local police in Minneapolis want nothing to do with ICE. And the message from the citizens who are defending their neighbors: organize now. Amongst other things, stand up for your local neighbors by insisting that your police do not cooperate with ICE and other federal agencies. I understand that there's some anxiety that if we pass this ordinance, we might jeopardize some federal funding. To which I say, if we betray our neighbors because we want to accept a bribe, shame on us. Better that we do what is right than accept bribe money from this corrupt government. As a clergyman, I'm guided by Christian scripture, in which we learn many things. One is that we are commanded to welcome the stranger and love our neighbor. We are told that Judas betrayed Jesus in return for a bribe. His name now is a byword for treachery, ignominy, and shame. Let us not betray our neighbors for some paltry and hypothetical pieces of silver. Let history record that this council and this township proudly passed this ordinance because it's the right thing to do, it's the constitutional thing to do, it's the thing to do as an act of faith.
Laurie Barkowski, Southville Road. Good evening, President Clunan, Town Council, friends and neighbors in McCandless. I'm surprised at the need to stand here at the second meeting of this new council, especially about a topic that's so unlawful for our township. Resolution 2026-03 is turning our town into a sanctuary city. Our council should be more focused on services such as Public Works, who is doing a super job with road maintenance this winter, along with ongoing stormwater runoff issues, and safety needs to be the priority. This town was established by immigrants who came here legally, farmed the land, and worked together to build the community we have today. Many of them fighting in the Revolutionary War to establish the freedoms we have as U.S. citizens. I have great respect for my ancestors, as well as my mother-in-law, who immigrated to the United States legally. Established legal processes ensure people come to our country with the hopes of a better life. Today, many families are seeking residency in the town of McCandless because we are known for our high-quality education, family life, and the proximity to the amenities of Southwest Pennsylvania, and because it's safe. New residents might be repelled by McCandless being a sanctuary city. My brother-in-law, who lives in Minneapolis, has shared these policies of what's going on in their town, and it's not good. Safety is not a party issue. It's a national issue that should not become one in McCandless. We are a diverse community, and we should be celebrated. In that diversity, I trust you will keep all residents that want to be safe and live in a secure environment. With all of the high-tech jobs coming to the area and knowing that we want to be more business-friendly in our municipality, why would we not explore how to establish offices and manufacturing complexes on some of the vacant commercial land in the town over this resolution? Making a decision in haste places more importance on illegal immigrants over the safety of the town residents. Do we really want to allow illegals who cannot read road signs or drive under the influence of illicit drugs and alcohol causing fatalities or purchasing guns intended to harm our residents? And what about the predators that are trafficking and exploiting our young people? These are not actions that are in the best interest of our residents. During my research, I learned of an incident that raises alarm for everyone, and it should for everyone in McCandless. A house on Cumberland that's been referenced tonight, a stone's throw away from 3 of our North Allegheny schools, was involved in a drug running operation. We should be dancing in the streets that ICE was able to remove these evil people from our community without incident rather than protesting the presence of ICE. Can you tell me how the police was involved in this situation or another that was causing the need for this resolution? Perhaps, Chief, you can answer that for me. Maybe this is not the right time, and during the public safety, you can comment on the ICE involved incidences, or how many illegals have been involved in the purchase of guns or looking for petty theft incidences. I hear there's been another incident on Lancelot Drive. I'd like to hear more about that, perhaps under public safety. What about the financial impacts it's going to cost our town? I understand the Department of Justice, perhaps through the Congress, provided body cameras and tasers through a grant. This helps our police officers in the execution of their duties. Why would we not collaborate? Be like our Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who supports collaboration between our state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies. By working together, the safety of our residents is ensured over the non-existent rights of illegal immigrants. The ramifications of a yes vote on Resolution 2026-03 will lead to more illegals that could lead to incidents like Lake and Riley. God forbid that be one of your children or our neighbor's child, or even one of our LaRoche students. Are you prepared for the liability you may own if you vote in favor of the adoption of this resolution? A decision in haste is never good, and I trust you as council members are independent thinkers and not coerced by or influenced by outside groups that have national conversations in mind. Please do not act in selfish ambition to make names for yourselves over our safety of our community. My request is that you vote no for this resolution.
Good evening. My name is Candy Gagney, and I live on Pania Road, Ward 5. I've been a proud resident of McCandless for 30 years since I retired from the United States Navy. I'm here to speak in opposition to Resolution 2026-3. I do not believe this resolution is necessary, nor do I believe it addresses a demonstrated issue in our community. Last year, there was an ICE apprehension at 719 Cumberland involving a suspected drug-related operation. McCandless police were informed and remained nearby only to ensure public safety. particularly given the proximity to McKnight Elementary, Carson Middle School, and the intermediate high school. Their presence was precautionary and no local police action was required. The situation was handled without incident. Since that time, there have been no similar events in McCandless. Concerns raised elsewhere in the country have not occurred here, and there is no local pattern that would justify adopting this resolution. Federal agents, like local law enforcement, deserve to work in a safe environment, and residents deserve to feel safe in their community. Lawful coordination between agencies helps prevent misunderstandings, reduces risks, and supports public safety. Allowing federal authorities to carry out their responsibilities with appropriate oversight is in the best interest of everyone. I am also concerned about potential unintended consequences. McCandless Police and other first responder agencies rely on federal grants, the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. This resolution could jeopardize future funding or require repayment of funds already received, placing an unnecessary burden on the municipality and its taxpayers. I would like to also add that having served in the United States Navy overseas, I have seen what other countries do to people that have a civil offense. And there is nothing that ICE has done that leads to anywhere near those actions. May I say fish heads and rice in a 3-foot prison cell for pretrial confinement. For these reasons, I respectfully urge council to vote against Resolution 2026-3. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jenna Parker. I am 17 years old, and it appears as though, as of right now, I might be the only person in this room who has homework tonight, so I'll try to make this quick. Also, I might be becoming a comedian after that. I am here today not only as your constituent, but as another public servant of this township. I would first like to acknowledge how valuable it is that the major issue of ICE presence in our community is being addressed so rapidly. I thank each and every one of you for expediting this discussion. Now, first, I'd like to speak to those who say this issue doesn't exist today or it's not timely. On Thursday of last week, the high school I attend in a neighboring township reported ICE presence in the vicinity. Many of my peers are immigrants and they feared for their safety in a place that is supposed to educate them and teach them how to be functioning members of an American society. Their concerns that they would be targeted by ICE are not based on some fiction. They are based on facts, on videos and photos that they have seen with their own eyes. I am incredibly grateful that, to my knowledge, such a panic has not occurred in a McCandless school, but I do worry it won't be long until one does. One thing I have been taught since I can remember by our public schools is that police exist to protect us all. Later, I learned that they are required to do so by law. ICE does not care about lawfulness. They don't care about due process. These are the very things that our police and that you, our elected officials, are sworn to protect. I understand community concerns about public safety. However, ICE goes beyond convicting criminals. In 2025, ICE detained at least 3,800 children under the age of 18. Many of those were infants. These are children who were taken from their walk to or from school, from their front porch, from their parents' arms, from a neighborhood park. These are children who are detained amongst the criminals my neighbors are worried about, and children who were detained with little to no evidence of due process. I want to live in a community where my peers are safe. And to those who say that because I have not led a homestead, my opinion doesn't matter, I ask, how many times this week have your classmates cried to you because they may return home to find their mothers and fathers? Have you seen the panic in their eyes because their government and police may because they look different. I am not a naive young child today. Do you know what I do every morning? I wake up and I go to the gym, and when I get home from school, I read my Bible and I pray before bed. Every Sunday, I go and teach 16 children the gospel of Jesus Christ that I have been raised on, that I have learned about my entire life, and that I believe so deeply in. And do you know what I tell them every Sunday? I say, God loves you no matter what you look like, no matter what you've done, no matter how your life has played out. And we model our love after his love for people. ICE does not do that. The promise you have made and the promise we have all made today is to serve our community. That doesn't mean that you rule with an iron fist in the name of an issue or a policy that appears to be above you. That means is that you protect our children, our most vulnerable, because you have promised that you will. It means you protect them, their families, their classmates, and every single person in their community. I urge you all today to do your civic duty by prohibiting my neighborhood police from collaborating with an organization that is starting to take away your children's peers' futures and my peers as well. Thank you.
I will try to beat that, I doubt it. Hello, my name is Gretchen Steckel, and I was born and raised here in McCandless. I've lived in two different Pittsburgh City neighborhoods for 23 years, and I returned to McCandless about 8 years ago. When I came back, I was surprised to see the massive amount of development about McCandless Crossing on both sides. You also have a movie theater that draws people in from all over Pittsburgh coming into our community. I came back to find McCandless has grown in cultural diversity in its schools, restaurants, and its community. Unfortunately, this is where the illusion of safety ends, and what is happening within Pittsburgh cannot be ignored. Groups known as ICE and with Customs Border Patrol and associates, they are terrorizing communities. Thanks to social media, we are witnesses to the chaos they are committing without regards to others or to the regard to the laws of this country. These so-called officers lack restraint, proper vetting, interviewing, training, and accurate background checks. They prey on anyone they deem in their way, regardless of distance, and those who remain peaceful. North Allegheny School District has become well known for its quality of education. Do we want the risk of overreactive ICE agents in our community making it unsafe? And we are pushing away those who want to settle here for the education. Having ICE in our community creates a void where no one feels safe. It is not worth taking risks as a U.S. citizen, whether they're here legally or legally with proof. They're not going out of their homes because they're afraid of being racially profiled and picked up. That's missed time at work, falling behind in school, inability to get groceries. These are human rights violations. This adds up to economic decline, businesses close, and a loss of community. Why would we want to destroy what the previous councils have built? There's been a recent study, a Cato study, that's revealed between 1994 and 2003, immigrants reduced the deficit each year, as well as contributing 14% of tax revenue and only accounting for 7% of government spending. They contribute to our tax base and they receive no benefits from it. And I repeat, no benefits from it. Our officers working along with ICE, and when our officers' duties include similar tactics, you're expanding McCandless's liability of being associated with agents with barely any training. They're fully armed, something to prove with twitchy fingers. My grandfather was a Pittsburgh policeman. My other grandfather was in the Army in World War II in the South Pacific. He came back and became a fireman. I am aware and comprehend the amount of training it takes to do those tasks. We do not want the police losing focus in our community by working with ICE. McCandless has invested in its community's well-being with the addition of a social worker with the police, which is building connection, trust, and empathy with those that they serve. McCandless deserves a crystal clear policy that prohibits collaboration with ICE and their associates for any new hotel contacts or office space agreements. We need to stop warrantless arrests. We need to stop profiling and protect spaces like schools, hospitals, and places of worship. They should not be granted access into township facilities, individuals of custody, unless a valid, current, and signed by a judge and additional warrant is actually present. Events like those in Minnesota can be prevented. The constitutional abuse must end. Communities like Coriopolis, Munhall, Stowe have ended contracts with ICE. Robinson Township, no longer on their list. Oakmont, Avalon, and others are currently in the same process, McCandless. And the number of communities, it's not a bandwagon. It's expanding, it's growing, it's not going to stop. We are here to protect our country. The correct path to address immigration concerns is through the appropriate judicial process, not armed mass people taking adults and children against their wills. The resolution not to cooperate and making these policies transparent will make all of our residents feel safer and strengthen our trust in the police. Council members, you have the opportunity to be leaders for human rights here in McCandless. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Mark Guzan, proudly a resident of McCandless Township since 1983. I'm speaking in support of 2026-03. Sue Tincher, age 55, U.S. citizen, accosted and arrested for merely observing ICE agents. Ilea Raymond, 43, U.S. citizen, admittedly autistic, yet she's an accomplished software engineer. Her car window smashed. She was dragged from her vehicle, illegally detained for hours by ICE agents. Patty O'Keefe and Brendan Seguza, both U.S. citizens, pepper sprayed while in their car, then dragged from the vehicle and illegally detained for 8 hours by ICE agents. Liam Conejo Ramos, 5-year-old preschooler. That's the young boy that was pictured wearing that cute powder blue hat as he was being forced into detention, along with his father, who was legally applying for asylum, were illegally abducted and detained for 11 days by ICE agents. Jose Flores, 47, an Oakmont resident, legally seeking asylum, illegally abducted while buckling his 8-year-old daughter into the car for school, and then detained for 9 days by ICE agents. Renee Nicole Good, 37, U.S. citizen. Her last words, "I'm not mad at you," shot 3 times and killed by an ICE agent. Miramar Martinez, 38, U.S. citizen, shot 5 times by an ICE agent. The same agent who later texted, and I regret to quote, "I fired 5 rounds and she had 7 holes. That in your book, boys," unquote. Alex Jeffrey Preddy, 37, U.S. citizen, while helping a woman to her feet, assaulted, then shot 10 times and killed by an ICE agent. It's not too far-fetched that similar horrors could happen here in our community to any of us. McCandless cannot support that. It's not who we are. It's not who we want to be. Who we are, many of us here, possibly all of us here, who we are descendants of immigrants. I sure am. My grandparents arrived here in the U.S. in the early 1900s, and the process back then, the Naturalization Act of 1906, required a minimum period of 7 years toward obtaining citizenship. 7 years. For 7 years, our ancestors were not yet U.S. citizens, yet during that time, they established homes, they held jobs, they raised families, they paid taxes, very similar to today's immigrants. If today's terroristic ICE agents were prowling during their time, for those 7 years, would not our own grandparents be under the threat of the ICE atrocities that are, as are today's immigrants? Waiting outside their homes, harassing them at their work, disrupting their places of worship. If today's terroristic ICE agents were prowling during our grandparents' time, would some of us not even be here today? If in the presentations that were humbly offered to you this evening, if you should not yet find sufficient compelling reason, then at least in honor of, in memory of our ancestors, our immigrant ancestors, please adopt this resolution 2026-03 before you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Vale Weller, and I'm the Director of Fundraising for the Unitarian Universalist Association, a national denomination of more than 1,000 congregations. And before this, I served as a parish minister for many years. I'm a resident of McCandless, a proud Ingomar Tiger and North Allegheny Tiger, and I want to thank you for your willingness to serve. My ministerial colleague and co-worker lives in Minneapolis, a block from where Renee Good was murdered a month ago. And as clergy, she was on the scene immediately after the event. About 2 hours after the killing of Renee Good, ICE agents swarmed a local high school and fired tear gas at teachers and students, who I want to remind you are children. Last week, plainclothes ICE agents distributed flyers for free food and then arrested everybody who showed up to get the food. There are many people who no longer feel safe going to work, to school, or shopping. School classes have indefinitely been made available online because families don't feel safe transporting children to school. ICE is actually now aiming pepper spray into the intake valves of cars, smashing windows and dragging people out, disappearing them for days or longer without having any probable cause. There are choppers circling constantly. Cars are being followed, blocked in, and chased, especially and when the driver is perceived to be of color. I could tell you many more stories about what is actually happening on the ground there. This is what is happening. It is like a war zone. It is, for my friend, a war zone. We know that there have been multiple recent raids and arrests here. We know that ICE and ICE-related activity is already happening here in this community, and we need to ensure that we are crystal clear here in McCandless about the appropriate role of our wonderful local police department. As a McCandless resident, I feel much less safe knowing that ICE is in the area and demand that my local officials do everything in their power to keep this current lawless, unconstitutional iteration of ICE out. We will continue to document raids and arrests in our area and will hold our elected officials accountable for holding the Constitution for all of us. This is not a drill. And I do not believe for a single moment that ICE's activities in McCandless would be of a kinder, gentler variety than what is happening in Minneapolis. They have shown us who they are and what their methods are. This violent, unlawful, unconstitutional behavior has no place here in the wonderful township of McCandless. So please vote in support of Resolution 2026-03. And again, thank you for serving.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Gibbs. I've been a resident of McCandless for over 30 years, and I have found it a pleasant place to live. For McCandless to continue to be a pleasant place to live for everyone, I am asking the town council to publicly vote and pass the resolution 2026-03, which in short says that McCandless will not enter into any agreement with federal immigration enforcement agencies. As a Christian, I have been taught that my basic tasks in life are to love God and love my neighbor. I do this imperfectly in this imperfect world, but I feel one way to love my neighbors is to live in peace. Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Because we do live in an imperfect world, our society needs police. I believe that a local police force which is trusted by the local community is a part of helping to make peace, and I highly value McCandless Police. In contrast, I can declare that in the past year, federal immigration enforcement practices are cruel, violent, inhumane, racist, illegal, unconstitutional, and the furthest from anything Jesus has taught us about how to treat our neighbors. The current practices are purposely designed to terrorize the population, not to bring peace. Having local police participate in such actions would demolish the public's trust in local police. Instead, our police force should be actively making concrete plans on how to protect all residents from such terror. I want to address the notion that, quote, immigrants must come here legally, unquote, that is often used to justify ICE activities. The fact is that ICE and Border Patrol are attacking, kidnapping, and disappearing thousands of people who have come here legally. Federal agents have seized people at their immigration hearings. Federal agents have seized children and adults who are U.S. citizens. Federal agents have smashed property and dragged people from vehicles. Federal agents have murdered human beings. Once people are carted off to the for-profit detention facilities and kept in inhumane conditions, those detained are not allowed their constitutionally protected right to due process. Anyone who wants things done legally must object to every tactic that ICE and CBP have used in the past year. It is federal immigration enforcement who are acting illegally, and our police force should not be involved in those actions. I'd like the town council to add to the resolution that the McCandless Police Department will share no data from license plate readers with federal immigration enforcement agencies. Nationwide, LPR data has been grossly misused, often with traumatic results. As a taxpayer of both the earned income tax and business tax, I want none of my local tax dollars to pay for any collaboration of our local force with ICE or CBP. In fact, I project that allowing an agreement with immigration enforcement would put our town at great financial and legal risk due to potential lawsuits from residents whose civil and property rights have been violated. In conclusion, I request that you vote to approve the resolution, adding that the McCandless Police Department will share no data from the license plate readers with federal immigration enforcement agencies. Thank you very much for listening.
My name is Elizabeth Hartwell, and I've been a resident of McCandless for 8 years. I thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of passing a resolution publicly voted on and declared by you, the council, that McCandless Police will not enter into a memorandum of understanding or a 287G agreement with federal immigration officers, commonly known as ICE and Border Patrol. I speak tonight from 3 different perspectives. Number 1, as a proud McCandless resident who loves this community. Number 2, as the mother of 2 children who are growing up in McCandless. And number 3, as a member of the clergy for nearly 20 years, serving the North Hills community as the pastor of a local Presbyterian church. Speaking from these 3 perspectives, I ask you to pass this resolution for the following 3 reasons. Because if McCandless Police enter into an agreement with federal immigration officers, it will compromise the safety, harmony, and well-being of our entire community. Number 2, because I have the utmost respect and admiration for the officers, social worker, and other employees in the McCandless Police Department. I am concerned for their well-being. I want them to focus their time and energy on protecting, serving, and maintaining public safety in our local community instead of experiencing the considerable strain of being pulled into federal pursuits and actions. Number 3, because the current practices of federal immigration officers are unconstitutional. They violate basic human principles of decency and concern for the common good. They're an affront to the preservation of human dignity and personhood. At the heart of my own faith is the commandment to love, support, and uphold one another. There is nothing that is more important than that. And that is a mandate that is also central in numerous other faith traditions. Therefore, I request that you pass a resolution declaring the following. that there will be no memorandum of understanding between the town of McCandless or McCandless Township Police Department with ICE's non-criminal administrative enforcement activities. Number two, that you will not enter the McCandless Police Department into an agreement with the federal government to apply and enforce federal immigration law under Section 287G of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Number three, that the McCandless Township Police Department law enforcement officers will follow the practice of not asking individuals about immigration status, except as it may be required by law. Number four, that the McCandless Police Department will share no data from license plate readers with federal immigration enforcement. And number five, that police training in our township will reflect these policies. With great respect for you as our town council, I thank you for listening, to me and to everyone who's speaking, and for your careful consideration of this resolution. I am grateful for your hard work of carrying the burden of leadership in McCandless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you all for your time and your service to our community. My name is Lark Weller. I was born and raised in McCandless. I moved to Minneapolis for college and life kept me there for 30 years. I've dedicated my life to public service. I moved back to McCandless last year and am now back to school to become a professional counselor. It's important to me that my community is doing well, and it's important to me that all members of my community are doing well, especially the most vulnerable among us. This past year here in McCandless, I've spent most of my time in community work, community building, and elder care. We've held food drives, and thanks to the generosity of our community, have delivered many cars full of food to the North Hills Community Outreach. We conducted a toy drive to contribute to the police department's drive and filled up those bins. One of the things I've done in community is provide support to an immigrant family, a mother about my age and her young adult son. They are immigrants, as was my family when they came to this country, and they are here legally. Despite their legal status, they live in fear of detention and deportation every single day. I've helped provide rides to work to them, both of whom work 12 to 14-hour days, 6 days a week, at two of the restaurants whose staff has been gutted by ICE over the past year, right here in the North Hills. I have driven the adult son to his required immigration check-in appointments with ICE on the South Side. His mother insisted on coming with us, despite that being a great risk to her, because she was terrified that her son would be taken from her that day for keeping an appointment required by his legal immigration process, because she has seen that happen to others. This family is peaceful, kind. They work hard to serve this community's culinary convenience and pleasure, and they live in absolute fear every single day because of ICE. ICE is already here and has been already wreaking havoc on some of our community members. There is a lot I don't know, but I do know that in McCandless, we do not all share the same political views. We don't all share the same party affiliation. We do not share the same family backgrounds or makeup, the same economic access, nor the same religions. And yet we all love living here. The only universals I have seen in McCandless are NA Tigers #1. The Almond Joy cookies from Coons are awesome. We all want our loved ones to be safe and free from harm. And we cherish the U.S. Constitution, usually not by being able to recite it word for word, but by cherishing the rights and aspirations it grants us. The actions of this federal administration are forcing us to reckon with the potential loss of our constitutional rights, because it is attempting to steal those from American citizens right now. ICE and CBP are some of the most egregious tactics it is using to conduct this unconstitutional theft and now murder. And now the administration has taken another jaw-dropping step toward the cliff in suggesting that it will continue its disgusting overreach, this time in attempting to nationalize our elections, and is threatening to send ICE to our polling places. We, the people of McCandless, elected a Democratic majority in November because we are worried that our small d democracy is being severely threatened, and we want it to survive. We are showing up and doing our part to ensure that it does survive. We elected you as a council because we were seeking leadership, legal, moral, and courageous leadership at a time of bewildering lack of courage and leadership nationally. If you have never believed it before, believe it now that all politics truly are local. To those of you who are clear about and horrified by the unconstitutional activities, chaos, and violence of the current federal administration, we elected you as our delegates to do whatever is needed to protect us, our community, and our township from this gross, immoral, illegal federal overreach. They have shown their true hate-filled, racist, menacing colors and their disdain for the law of this land, the U.S. Constitution. We elected you as one way we will be protecting ourselves from this administration's violence, overreach, chaos, and unconstitutional habits. It is essential that we make a firm stand, that we not aid this federal administration's destruction. Thank you for drafting this resolution. I urge its passage.
Hi, everybody. My name is Christina Gorski, and I live in Ward 4. Thank you all so much for your time and service. I know I've heard from a few people as we're filling the room that this is obviously a large showing, and that just goes to show that a lot of people feel really strongly about this, which is great. And I know it will encourage me to show up to more of these meetings. Hearing from everybody on their experience here has been eye-opening as a resident. Yes.
You can bend
it down. Okay. Sorry, the belly's in the way. So a few people have shared some personal anecdotes, and I just wanted to do the same. I have a coworker, our office is in another part of town that is very close to an ICE detention facility. She is a green card holder from Mexico, and she recently let a few trusted people know to call her dad if she doesn't come in one day, because she would never no call, no show, because that's very real. This is not, as someone said before, a fiction. It's not a hypothetical. It's happening to our community members. She happens to also work a second job at a coffee shop in our area. So she is someone who spends money, who spends time, contributes to our economy in McCandless. And that's hardly a unique story. These stories are all over the place. And we've heard a lot about Jose Flores, who was luckily released, but a lot of people have brought up the financial impact of becoming a sanctuary city. But on the other side of it, what do you think it cost us as taxpayers to fight for his lawful release from detainment? I mean, there was national representation on this. Chris Deluzio luckily stood up and fought for him. There's so much going on that is undoubtedly costing us money as taxpayers, let alone the prospect of future lawsuits, as someone referenced before. But even beyond that, I think that it's understandable to want to follow the law and the rule. That's just how communities function, right? I don't think anyone is saying that we should break the law flippantly. We should just let people do whatever they want. That's not what's happening here. We have to be realistic and looking at what is really the reality in these other communities that are being targeted right now. Minneapolis is obviously an extreme example, but there's nothing stopping that from happening here. And in fact, we know that Philadelphia is likely going to be targeted soon. It's no different. And so while we all trust and so appreciate our police force, truly, thank you so much for everything you do for us. Yes. Those resources should not be used for what we're discussing here. And again, it's not a hypothetical. It's unlawful what's being done. It's immoral, to say the least. And we don't need to be afraid to be leaders, to stand up. It's not jumping on a bandwagon. There's reasons that our neighboring towns have taken this into effect now and are working towards this, because it's saying that we as a group, a community of people will not stand for this behavior. We will not stand for the fact that there are families who need to have food delivered to them because they are justifiably afraid to leave their homes. That's not who we are. And that is not how we as a community hold our core values. I can tell that from just the people speaking here tonight. It's been a respectful crowd for the most part. That's different from what we see on the news. So I appreciate your time so much. I appreciate everyone coming to make their voices heard. We should all do more of it. I'm learning that tonight. And I just really encourage you to vote yes on resolution 2026-03. I appreciate the comments about the additions and the amendments made to it. I know that you'll take that under careful consideration, and a lot of us feel very strongly, and I hope that hits home for you tonight. So thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Louis Jeserk. I'm a voter in Ward 2. I've been here, a McCandless resident for over 20 years. Dear McCandless Town Council, I am a McCandless resident in Oak Ridge writing or speaking to request that you pass the resolution publicly voted on and declared by the council that McCandless Police will not enter into a memorandum of understanding or a 287G agreement with federal immigration officers, commonly known as Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Patrol. I am morally and fiscally opposed to deploying any pound of McCandless resources, human or otherwise, to collaborate with or support ICE. DHS and its bureaus, including ICE and CBP, have received more funding than many nations' entire militaries. They can afford to fully conduct their own business. We continue to demand that our local community be judicious stewards of our public funds. I vehemently oppose diverting our limited local resources to aid an overfunded and bloated agency's unconstitutional, illegal, and immoral acts of harm against our neighbors. Doing so will not be accepted by residents and voters in this community. Claims that passing a resolution of non-collaboration with ICE will cause our town to lose federal funding are overblown. Even if we were to forfeit some federal funds, which I don't believe we will, and many people have stated as to why we will not, I would still support passing this resolution. We need to stand up for what is right, for our values and principles, and defend human dignity, even if it were to cost us some funding. There is no right way to do the wrong thing. And now, as we have established, all politics is local politics. We must understand that if we continue seeing this kind of ICE presence in other cities and municipalities, it may come here. Do I expect us to be the #1 target? No. But it is important to get our foot in the door before we get stepped on by another foot. We want to be sure that we have our ducks in a row, that we do not see our residents hurt, citizens or otherwise. They must be protected by the Constitution. And the Constitution is currently being trampled. We are looking at the Second Amendment be eroded when these ICE officers kill Alex Preddy for, daring to have a legal gun. Very strange. We're looking at the Fourth Amendment be really eroded as well, because we are seeing illegal search and seizures, people being dragged out of their cars, people rummaging through the cars. It's unconscionable. People bringing administrative warrants instead of judicial warrants, pretending that they're judicial warrants. And we have seen these people on video attempting to lie and essentially get into people's houses surreptitiously. And the First Amendment is a really big one. Last year, we saw ICE capture multiple people who were involved in protests against the genocide in Gaza. Rumea Ozturk and Mahmoud Khalil. These people were disappeared. These people were grabbed by ICE, taken away from their families. Mahmoud Khalil had a child that was about to be born. He was ripped out of the hands of his pregnant wife. She was there crying in front of their apartment. And we are going to see that kind of behavior come to our municipality if we do not say these people should not be here. We must pass this resolution and many, many more strictures to understand that this is going to be a safe place for residents. Because sometimes we have to understand that it is the overreach of the state that make people unsafe. It's not just illegal immigration. Illegal immigration, ooh, boogeyman, very scary. It's much scarier when you have 7 guys with vests that say police, screaming different orders at you, breaking open your window, dragging you out of your car because, I don't know, there was a software engineer who was autistic and she was stopped in an intersection. They decided that she was stopped a little too long. We need to make sure this kind of thing does not happen in our municipality. And we have to make sure that our data is protected. We've talked about license plates not being added to a database. When ICE agents hold up their phones to people, they are adding their facial data to a registry. They've gloated about it, saying, oh, hey, this was a woman in Maine who was filming an ICE officer. The ICE officer holds up his phone. He says, great, now you're a domestic terrorist. Is that what we do in America? We say anyone who is a dissident is a domestic terrorist. We were founded upon opposition to tyrants. We must stand for our rights. And that very database, thank you.
I always follow the tall ones. Hi, Marcia Caliendo. I had a prepared statement, asking, town council to go ahead and pass 2026-03. I think it's very important. But I'm going to speak extemporaneous, which is kind of scary, but, people here are saying, why are you doing this and not paying attention to stormwater management, to our roads? Have you looked at tonight's agenda? We are an hour and a half plus in, and we haven't gotten off of 4. And we have a 3-page agenda. This council are talented. Our workers are exceptional. Our roads are still going to be salted. Our police are still going to respond to 911 calls. But God forbid, we should pass this, not pass this. I mean, you can do both. I know you are capable of doing multiple things. You have been doing multiple things for us for many years, for which we are grateful. Passing this is not going to prevent anything else from occurring in McCandless. I urge you to pass this resolution. Everyone has stated reasons why, much more eloquently than I, but we know it's the right thing to do. And our town will survive. Our town will continue to work while you can do this and that. Thank you.
I always have to follow the short ones. Sorry. Oh, but it didn't start. Okay, perfect. Good evening, everybody. My name is Brandon Sturpey. I'm in Ward 2. Shout out to Miss Alt, the only council member I've ever seen at my front door. So that was a nice surprise. Yes. So that works, everybody. I'll be honest, I'm a little tired, so forgive the appearance, everybody. I just rushed to get my 4 kids dinner, and shout out to the wife for, manning the battlefield while I am gone and here and doing this. And I think a lot of us would probably rather be somewhere else than here right now. But again, we appreciate the time, and I applaud all the other speakers. And, going near the end of the line here, you might hear some stuff that's a little repetitive. But I read something last week that made me feel like I needed to come here. Trust me, I don't want to be here. Really, truly don't. It was one line from Oakmont's Bakery's response regarding their employee who was detained by ICE. They said, Jose is a good person, a hardworking and valued member of our community, and someone we consider family. And what struck me really wasn't the whole statement in its entirety. It was how quickly the pressure became unbearable to Oakmont Bakery. 2 days. I can hear the awes in the background. We'll get to you, Blue Suit Man, in a second. 2 days. 2 days of backlash, negative comments, and heat. And I want to pause on that, because that same heat, the judgment, the hostile rhetoric is what our brown neighbors experience every day. Not for 2 days, not after a lawyer-approved speech or comment on a Facebook page. They see everyone in here's Facebook comments, the next door posts, the memes you repost and share. They see you, in the cheap blue suit in the back, pleather loafers, awful flag tie, mumbling under your breath every time a woman spoke about something you disagreed with. And yet they still all show up because they are the community, which is, to me, more brave than mumbling under your breath in the back of the room after folks gave you respect when speaking your piece at the microphone at the very beginning of this meeting. But now to the resolution in front of us. When we talk about whether or not McCandless Police should assist ICE, I just want to ask a simple question. Just help with what? hearing from, Kathy and one of her other neighbors, seems like ICE had Cumberland Road taken care of. Seemed like they just went and knocked the door down and they were good to go and got what they needed, but if the image in our head is ICE rescuing children from traffickers and busting cartels and dark warehouses, I get it. It's a very compelling story, but that's just not what we're seeing, especially not in McCandless. Like, I want to keep it local. I'm really trying. But what we're seeing are fathers taking from school pickup lines, workers with federal ID numbers paying into Social Security that they don't benefit from, fun fact, restaurant staff members removed from places many of you all eat at every week. I see the We the People trucks at Patrons all the time. Let's stop acting like we don't patronize these people. They're really hard to miss. But Jose from Oakmont was getting his daughter or child ready for school. So again, I just ask, help with what? I want to be clear, one person being deported or detained or pulled incorrectly is one too many. A mistake at my work is like a typo in an email. When ICE makes a mistake, families are shattered, communities are destabilized. That alone should just disqualify our police from participating. Let ICE and the federal government handle it. I think one thing I'll agree with the lady wearing the American flag as a suit jacket is, I don't think any of us are here prepared. We have one camera here and it is hot as hell. Imagine a mistake by ICE in our community. Now we have 50 of those, 1,000 photographs being taken, and now we're the center of the world for one simple mistake. It's the one good part about being in McCandless is no one knows where it is. I will tell friends, where do you live? They'll be like, where do you live? I'll say Ingomar. Oh, nice. Where's that? I'll say McCandless. Oh, cool. Where's that? Wexford. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. So I don't want any of us to be in the center of anybody's world but our own, and the only other time I've ever spoke here is in support of the police roughly 10 years ago. You can look it up. Like I said, I hate coming here. Family of first responders and military. It's not what I want them to be here for, because at the end of the day, when the dust settles 5 years from now, ICE is gone, administrations change, policies change, we're still here within our community with our neighbors. They're our neighbors and they're our friends. You know what I mean? One report of a door being broken down, it sounded like they didn't even need our help anyways. So just let them handle it. And the cool part is about ICE, and I don't want to speak for our police department, I want to speak for our local tax dollars. If they want to join ICE, go to ice.gov, apply for a job that pays half as much with awful morale and confusing direction from the top. Go for it. I yield my time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Shipley. I'm an independent with no party affiliation, and I'm a resident of town of McCandless for 25 years. I'm here to voice my opposition and concern over a resolution that is being considered for anti-ICE measures. I served 25 years with the federal government, Department of Defense, Intel Agency, Secret Service. I was assigned to Bush and Obama administrations. I've actually worked with ICE agents. I have no problem with them. We're talking criminals. We're not talking everyday people. That's what I worked with. So criminals. Okay. We're talking sex rings, children sex rings, pedophiles. That's what we want our ICE agents to get. And we want those people out of our community. We don't need criminals in our community. And we want our police officers to support them. Maybe not go on their raids, but give them the information. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think anybody here wants their children to be raped, molested, killed, kidnapped. So we want our officers to work with them. I fully support our federal and local law enforcement. Now, to my knowledge, ICE in town of McCandless, there's been no warranted associated arrest or apprehension, and we have not had to work with them. So why do we even need this resolution? We don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot at this time. There are some problems with the proclamation. The one shown is a boilerplate template from other boroughs that I read through. It states that all individuals must enjoy equal protection of the law regardless of immigration status, including the right to be free from unreasonable search and seizure. But an illegal alien immigrant is not a United States citizen, so therefore they do not have that opportunity. Now, being an illegal immigrant, let me explain. An illegal immigrant is generally considered a civil offense if it is overstaying a visa But if you enter the United States without authorization, that is a criminal offense. Okay? That's what we're talking about. And I have worked with a lot of people in customs and enforcement, and we have a lot of sex rings with some of these illegal immigrants. Okay? Another paragraph states the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania require that a warrant for a person's arrest may only be issued by a neutral and detached judge of a judicial officer. What does that mean? That the person doesn't agree with the judicial authority and they can disregard the warrant for the arrest. See, the wording's flawed. Just make it a little better. Okay? And just as you know, ICE officers are responsible for enforcing immigration law, conducting investigations into undocumented immigration, apprehending individuals suspected of violating these laws, and illegal criminals. Council, there's no plausible reason for this resolution to be approved other than grandstanding and politics. You're attempting to bring national politics issues to McCandless, and they don't belong here. Keep it township, not party national politics. Township Council, you're here for public safety, stormwater, parks, recreation, keeping our taxes low, protecting property values. That's not national politics. Each council member took an oath to support the laws and Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Constitution of the United States. Remember that. And a yes vote to rewrite immigration law is a policy that violates the oath and that could disqualify anybody from serving on this council. Now, since McCandless has not had a problem with ICE, we should not consider this proclamation. We should fully support our law officers, local and federal. And remember, ICE will come whether you want them or not. And you want to support them, because if you don't, then we will end up like something in Minneapolis, because those people aren't being supported, and that's why they're having the issues. I've worked with Secret Service. Again, I've worked with ICE. I've worked with these people. When you don't support them, that's when the chaos happens. Thank you.
Jeff Jeserk, town of McCandless resident, 25 years. She's a hard act to follow. I'm going to give you 4 letters and tell me what it spells. F-E-A-R. Fear. A lot of people are doing fear really big here, and it doesn't help anything. We need to stand up for everyone, get to know our neighbors, understand what their situations are, and help them. We also need to understand politics and our Constitution. We maybe should read those later editions, like the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th amendments about race. We have a lot of work to do in our country. People who aren't white still suffer greatly from profiling and in unjust acts. And I don't want McCandless to be part of that through ICE. I don't want our people to be taken. Like Lark, I have been trying to help immigrants in our community. We have a friend who's a German researcher here on a green card. She registered her new home purchase in her town of Blawnox, and Sunday morning, 7 ICE agents showed up to her door demanding to see every paper she had. She has an 8-year-old daughter. She's a single mom. She's from East Germany. She couldn't go to work the next day. She was so shaken. This is a lot like the Stasi. This is a lot of intimidation. I want you to pass this resolution, and I think you should do it soon. After 2016, I became a poll worker, and I've worked many, many polls, low-level primaries, national elections. I am very proud that I can vote and that I can work as a poll worker. We need everyone to feel safe to vote. The intimidation of ICE against immigrants is a bigger intimidation than we want to admit. It's bad. And we need to stop it. So let's stop it in McCandless. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm John Parker, Ward 5. I'm a Christian first, a husband second, a parent as well. My 17-year-old spoke earlier this evening. She said she had homework, but she said she did her homework before she came here. So we'll get a fact check on that before we get home. Just listening to the dialogue, some from the hallway there and some inside, it seems like we just have this false choice between law and order and public safety, and the equivalence of any law enforcement agency must be following the law is a big gap in understanding here. Law enforcement is based on trust. I've had interactions with town of McCandless police, not many, but a few over the about 20 years that we've lived here. And I found them to be trustworthy and professional and looking out for the common good. That's been my experience even when I sped a little bit on Cumberland one time on the way home from Sheets. But that's the basis of effective law enforcement, is trust and following the law. And you don't have to look very far to see the lawlessness of alleged law enforcement officers in Minneapolis, in Portland, in other parts of the country, in Pittsburgh, right near us. And so we don't have to choose between law and order with all law enforcement and chaos. That's not the case. There's a law that supersedes immigration law, and it's the Constitution. And we should be familiar with and read the Constitution, but the Fourth Amendment, which guarantees due process, is being violated every single day. It doesn't guarantee due process to citizens. It guarantees due process to persons in the United States. And that's the beauty of our system, that you're innocent until proven guilty. All of us are innocent until proven guilty. Instead, we're living in a country in 2026 where if you are guilty, before you're proven to be legal, before you're proven to be a citizen, before you're proven to have done anything, before you're proven to be a child or an adult, it doesn't matter. And the Constitution supersedes that. First Amendment rights we see violated every single day. The right to protest and free speech, the rights that the country was founded upon. And so that is lawlessness. It is not law and order when the Constitution is violated. And as you were just reminded, you swore to uphold the Constitution, which includes the Fourth Amendment, which ICE is violating every day throughout our country. And there's also a higher law, and some have spoken on it much more eloquently than I can, but the moral law. Martin Luther King said we should follow just laws. And just laws are laws that are in line with God's laws. And you don't have to be a religious person, you can be or not. When we have unjust laws, we seek to change them. When we have unjust organizations, we are allowed to use the law at our disposal to not work with them. And that's what you've on the agenda for this evening. And I hope that you will vote in favor of that. My grandchildren someday, hopefully not too soon, will ask what we did in the moment here. Some who have spoken have said this is a young and inexperienced and political body. Yeah, it's political. We vote for people. It's politics. And then you need to be brave. It shouldn't be bravery in the United States to stand up for what's right. But you are brave should you pass this resolution. And I understand objections to the resolution. There may be technicalities and things that I'm unfamiliar with. What I care most about is what kind of neighbor I am. What kind of neighbor I show my children that I am, what kind of neighbor we teach them to be. And I have good friends who are neighbors in here close by, neighbors on my street. But in scripture, our neighbor is not just the person who lives next door to us. We all know the Good Samaritan. And it's not really about like helping somebody or the Seinfeld episode where you don't help somebody and now everybody knows about it. It's about when the lawyer asked Jesus, who's my neighbor though? You said love my neighbor, but who's my neighbor? Trying to get out on a technicality. And he says, here's the story of the Good Samaritan. And he's someone that you wouldn't like at all. He actually doesn't look like you. He's a different ethnicity than you. But which one of these people is your neighbor? And I hope that you'll take that lesson, and I hope that you'll stand up for what's right in the face of so much wrong. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Bill Kirk. I reside at 198 Ridgeview Drive. Thanks for giving me this opportunity tonight. Our former councilman, Jack Casey, made a number of salient points that I was going to make, so I'll be brief. Madam President, members of council, I have read this resolution carefully, and I want to share some concerns that I think go to its core. The resolution says that it establishes a policy for the enforcement of non-criminal federal immigration laws. But to my understanding, our McCandless police do not enforce federal immigration law. So I believe that what this resolution really does is it establishes an official policy of non-participation and non-cooperation with our federal law enforcement partners. Now, it doesn't get rid of ICE. It just says we're not going to cooperate in any way. The resolution also relies on the phrase non-criminal immigration law, but does not operationally distinguish civil from criminal immigration matters. And this is important, nor does it differentiate between low-risk cases and serious or repeat offenders. This language is overly broad and it's categorical. It eliminates discretion regardless of the public safety risk. That's why I'm speaking here tonight. It's for public safety. And I know the intention for none of us is to do that. But while McCandless does not control county detention facilities, this resolution, as written now, deliberately removes the town from any lawful coordination that could allow enforcement to occur in a safe, controlled setting rather than later in our community. In many cases, the only reason a previously deported felon is even discovered is because our local police lawfully arrest them for another offense, and fingerprinting reveals the prior removal. Without this coordination, serious offenders, including repeat DUI offenders, violent and predatory people with violent and predatory histories, they may just end up back on our streets because we are not coordinating with ICE. Not enforcing. There's a big difference between enforcement and cooperation coordination. This policy, by removing police discretion, shifts all the risk into our communities, which, again, I don't believe it's any of your intentions to do that. But under our current protocols, which basically our police do not enforce immigration law, they do not support illegal detainers. The only effect that this resolution will have is to tie the hands of our police from communicating so dangerous criminals can be removed from our streets. And so I'm here tonight to ask you to please consider the way this resolution is written, along with all of its unintended consequences. Thanks for listening to me tonight. Thank you all for listening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bob Krankovic, Ward 2, lived here for 41 plus years. I fervently stand here in opposition to this ordinance. The fact that we are actually here is horrific. One of the bedrocks of a free and open society is the rule of law. ICE is simply here to enforce the laws. We need ICE to enforce the law at this level. It is critical that this ordinance be stopped. I do not want anyone, regardless of party, who they voted for, to be hurt or to be a victim of crime. I'm anti-crime, period, full stop. And recently thinking about Laken Riley, Jameel Shaw, and countless others of which the mainstream media refuses to speak about, what did all those victims all have in common? They died at the hands of illegal immigrants. Do not let our fellow citizens, American citizens, die in vain. I respectfully ask you to reconsider this ordinance and ask our elected officials to do their duty to the citizenry of McCandless, enforce the law, and please do not pass this ordinance. Thank you.
I'm Mary Ann Love, and I've been a resident of McCandless for well over 50 years. I saw this on the website for the agenda tonight for council. So I've been one of many standing in the overflow for almost 2 hours at this stage. I'm here to ask McCandless and the police to not sign an agreement to basically work for ICE. I've done some research, but I don't have any real prepared statements. But I think there's just three big primary reasons. One, I think it's immoral. Number two, I hate to see our tax dollars, our McCandless tax dollars, going to support ICE. And number three, contrary to some other opinions, I think that our police force will be giving up their freedom, because from what I've read, my understanding is that once they have this agreement with ICE in terms of immigration, they have to follow ICE's rules. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Guthrie. I'm in Ward 6. And I am not only a taxpayer, but I am a mother of two beautiful daughters who attend school in this district. And I heard the word fear earlier. And that word is something that I'm concerned for our children. When they see ICE, when they see people carrying massive guns with tactical wear, and then they also see our police force coordinating with them. It is one time that somebody needs to have a bad interaction with law enforcement and they will not want to have their help. They will not want to reach out. One time, and our children being exposed to that is terrifying. I would like to thank you so much for being proactive in proposing this resolution, because it is something that needs to be done before everything begins to happen here, like it's happening in Minnesota. There's fear propaganda coming from ICE, and I appreciate the fact that you want to protect our police force, our law enforcement, from being coerced or being forced into anything that really they find to be immoral or unethical. As you pointed out in the resolution, illegal immigration is a civil issue. It is not a criminal issue. Our police force, being paid by our tax dollars, do not need to assist with ICE and their $75 billion amount of money that they've been given for their budget. They don't need us. If they have $75 billion, they can work without our local law enforcement helping them. It is a public safety issue, because as soon as our public sees that our local law enforcement is participating in the acts that ICE has been committing, it is going to destroy our community trust with our local law enforcement. We have seen in Minnesota that ICE has already violated the 1st, the 4th, the 5th, the 8th, and the 14th Amendments. And they're not hesitating to do that anywhere else. We've already seen that they're coming into our community, our local community, and it is not long before they come into McCandless. And I see a lot of privilege here in this room. And I know that I'm grateful for my privilege, but I also know that it is my privilege that is the reason why I'm here, because I need to stand up for people who cannot stand up for themselves. I saw out there that that the McCandless Emergency Services created a decal for autistic individuals in our community, which is an amazing thing to put on windows or cars so that our law enforcement has knowledge of these individuals and will treat them in a way that they deserve if they're being pulled over, that kind of thing, so that there isn't a confusion and there isn't a big issue and there isn't fear. We've already seen that ICE has no concern for anybody, for their conditions, for their state of dress, for their unarmament, and ICE just doesn't care. And if there were a child in a car with that decal that sees somebody pulled over or their parents are pulled over, the moment they see the McCandless police with ICE participating in the destruction of these amendments, in the destruction of our Constitution, they are not going to trust law enforcement. They're not going to want help. They are not going to be comfortable here. And also, somebody said the Good Samaritan. That's right. The Good Samaritan did not stop and ask, "Are you here legally? Where are your papers?" The Good Samaritan, it's true. They didn't stop and say, "Who are you? How can you prove to me that you deserve my help?" Our neighbors deserve our help. Our neighbors deserve our protection, and our police force deserves our protection from being coerced by our federal government to do things that are illegal. And I appreciate this resolution, and I pray that you pass this resolution. I thank you so much.
Hello, guys. I am Nicole Klein. I've been a member of McCandless, or I've been living here for 11 years. I am a stay-at-home mom with an 11-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. And from my first memory until about 8 years old, my mother was in relationships that were incredibly violent. And as a child, I had no way to help her. I put myself in the way. I would try to scream or run away. No real autonomy. Now, around 8 years old, I realized that I could call the cops. Holy cow. As I was sitting in the back of a police car and they're handing me a stuffed animal, and I'm feeling the comfort and safety that I might be able to help my mom get out of here, I was never looking back on the way I felt about police. They were my heroes. And the other day I was walking down Liberty Avenue and there were two people fighting, and I went towards it because I'm interested. And I saw two men about to fight, and one of them holding a sandwich board sign. Now, granted, this is not McCandless. This is the city of Pittsburgh. My instinct was, let's call the cops. Let's get these guys safety. Let's get these guys help. And somebody stopped me and they said, "That's not going to help these guys." Never had that feeling, never had that thought, never had that concern. And I definitely don't want to start now. So I'm asking you guys to help our police officers keep their oath to those they swore to protect. Our mothers, our nurses, our teachers, our town. I want you guys to show us courage by refusing to condone corrupt acts like shooting civilians like Keith Porter Jr., letting fear murder our mothers like Renee Nicole Good, or letting aggression replace love and compassion until it slowly takes our heroes like Alex Peretti. Our federal government has lost its way, and this community is all we have. So I beg you guys that you choose to protect us and ensure that everyone feels at home in the town of McCandless. Thank you, guys.
Hi, Miles and Debbie Cook, 9139 Lancelot Drive. I've been sitting here listening all night to all these people talking about how all of this stuff that's going on in Minnesota. Okay. You know what? We're the ones that live 3 houses down from the ones that they raided the house. We saw everything that was going on for over a year. We asked for help, We watched them dismantle cars with their drugs and everything else. And it was, we can't do anything about it. It's ICE's problem. Well, it took a year that we had to live actually living it, not seeing it on TV or
flying to Minneapolis to be in the middle of it with them. We lived it. It was wonderful when ICE finally came and took the one out of there. And then the Allegheny County Drug Task Force came in and took 2 or 3 of the other ones out. They had cameras in their cars that were hooked up to inside the house so that they could see when the police were coming. I get it. A lot of immigrants are good people, but there are some that are not. There's no way we can figure out who is and who isn't until they are vetted. There's no reason in God's green earth that if ICE comes in and says, hey, we have this guy's name, what can we do about it? And have McCandless say, no, he's been a resident here for a year, he is legal and everything else, case closed. The reason why we have all of these problems going on in Minnesota and everything is no one's working together. They're just trying to block them. They don't have a choice but to go in and grab somebody to see if they are illegals or what the problem might be. If we all work together, we won't have to have the problems you see in Minnesota. As my wife and I have lived it every single day, seeing 14 cars down there being dismantled, put back together, license plates changed. They're not all good people. They're not. And I see no reason why McCandless cannot work with ICE all together and eliminate any of these problems that you're hearing from these other people of what's going on in Minnesota, because they're not working together. To be safe in this community, they have to work together. Thank you. You want to say something? Here.
Does my time count as his time?
We can start you over.
I don't know if I'll make it through it because I'm pretty emotional about this because I lived it and I have a bad heart. So bear with me. I'll give it my best. Okay, we have lived in town of McCandless since 1988. We've personally witnessed the scary situation of illegal immigrants who rented a house 3 doors from us. We watched for months as these people, so many people that I truly don't know how many, lived in this house. They rented the house. They were selling drugs and God only knows what else. We have an addition that sticks out further back than the rest of the people's houses, so we can see straight down there as to what was going on. You don't understand the fear of living near people who are doing these things. If it wasn't for ICE taking these people away, and to be honest, I'm not certain McCandless Police could have assisted. I don't know. We would still have these people as neighbors. By the way, there were many people living in this home that was intended for a family. There's 3 bedrooms, and they would have 5 to 6 cars deep in the driveway, 3 cars wide, and every day and all night long, they would disassemble these cars, and the parts would be hanging from trees as they're taking the drugs out of them. I seen it firsthand. This isn't maybe somebody told me. I watched it. I watched them down there with welding materials, taking these cars apart. And they had spotlights that were shining at the cars up in our house, and you're scared. It was all hours of the night. It didn't matter. We, my husband and I, personally watched a McCandless police car sit on Lancelot. So the way it worked was they had 2 cars that sat at that corner of Lancelot and Cumberland. And those 2 cars had cameras in it. And they would let those guys know inside the house if a cop pulled up or if ICE pulled up. So then we watched this happen. As soon as the police pulled up and sat there, those people came out of that house like you wouldn't believe, got in those cars and boom, 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 out of that driveway they went until
the police left. And when the police left, one by one, they all came right back and back at it. This went on for months. It was awful. It was scary. It was very scary. And you don't realize it until you're the one living next to this kind of a situation. And when ICE and the Drug Task Force took care of this matter, we never knew that it happened until we saw a moving truck pull up and taking their belongings out. There was no commotion. There was no, people being drug out, or there was none of that. And I don't work anymore. I see what's going on down there, and trust me, I watch, because we have grandchildren that are at our house frequently. And I was worried for them, of them being there and seeing this craziness, not know what's going on down there. I said, honey, please don't even look down there. I mean, it's our family room. So you tend to, we have 6 windows that look out down there. So you tend to see, that's what you see. But I just kept saying, please, just don't pay attention.
Let our officers work with them, please.
So I would just say, please realize that we deserve and are entitled to the protection from these types of activities going on in our own neighborhoods. And we ask you to vote against it, and let our police help so that I don't have to live like that again.
And this way they don't have to worry about any commotion. They know that if they're going after someone, if it is the right person or not, so that there is no confusion of who they're grabbing.
It's a scary thing. You don't know until you're living it, but it's a very scary thing when you got these people down there doing this. And I'm living right there. I'm right there. It's not somebody telling me. I lived it. It's true. And it's scary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And hopefully the microphone picks me up. My name is Christopher Dollinger. I've been a resident of McCandless since 2017. I want to talk a little bit about appeasement. Forgive me, everybody's got a little stirring speech that I kind of at a loss for words, but I've heard a couple of people, my memory's a little fuzzy from, it's been a hot minute here, but someone earlier had brought up the idea that if McCandless had voted in favor of this resolution, that somehow our federal funding might be at risk. And I'm speaking in favor of the resolution, by the way. I forgot to mention that. But I'm not so sure voting for or against this resolution would put those fundings any more at risk than they already are. We've faced a federal government that has been willing to withhold funding because Donald Trump's name isn't on a new station being remodeled. Is the new one, right? That's the latest thread of the day. The executive branch is not supposed to have the ability to deallocate funds or withhold funds, but it sure seems to be something that they're interested in trying to exercise. So I'm not sure if if rejecting this motion because of any fear over losing federal assistance is founded. I think that right now we need to hold together as a town and codify the idea that our immigrant neighbors are welcome here. Um, no, I've read the resolution here. It's not saying that the police can't enforce the law, that there are carve outs specifically for, cooperation as long as ICE has a judicial warrant, which is they're supposed to have in the first place. So I'd ask you to vote in favor of this resolution, and I hope that you do.
Hello. My name is Jordan Dollinger. I was born in the South Hills, and I've been a resident of McCandless for over 8 years. My family has a history of being first responders, everything from EMS, firefighters, nurses, and police all across Pittsburgh. From what I have seen, there is no working with ICE. They are not following traditional structures of enforcement. They are destructive to both citizens and property. They will treat people and families as just quotas that they can abuse. ICE has caused, in fact, significant damage that is unwarranted and illegal. Recently, they left a trail of destruction at Emiliano's of thousands of dollars. There are videos online you can see, which caused that location to close just north of us. Economists have actually studied the effects of mass deportation during the secure communities of 2008 to 2014, where over 454,000 individuals, most of whom were male, were removed from the communities. And what they discovered was that for every 13 immigrants removed, 10 US citizens lost their jobs. And that is because of an idea in economics called complementary jobs. These are people who are typically taking jobs that are not being applied for by US citizens and allow US citizens to create jobs in support of those structures. And in fact, due to their insistence, ICE insistence on being unidentified and masked, we have actually started to see impersonators who are donning masks, claiming to be ICE. They are breaking into homes. They are assaulting people. They are sexually assaulting women. Just this past month, an impersonator broke into a home near Mount Washington and was only stopped because a teenager happened to be at the house and was able to overtake that criminal. And just due to how difficult they've been to work with on community levels, several municipalities, including Robinson, Coriopolis, and Allegheny County, have chosen not to assign on to agreements with ICE and have actually withdrawn their initial agreements with ICE. I believe these police departments can be a way for us to look forward as a way of guiding us forward. ICE has given no attempt to alleviate concerns, to address being misidentified, to address the violence that they have caused, the destruction that they have caused. Instead, we are told to ignore to see what we see. We are told to allow an untrained department to leave a trail of destruction just for security theater. They are not here to protect us from criminals. They are here to filter out the community by any means necessary. I hope this council will pass this resolution.
Hello, my name is Anna Slobodniak, Sierra Lima Oscar, Bravo Oscar Delta, November Yankee Alpha Kilo. I know it's a doozy. Figured I'd whip out the alphabet there. I have not been a member, or I've not been a citizen of McCandless for a very long time. I moved here with my husband behind me in 2023. But in that time, I have had nothing but positive experiences with this community, and particularly its law enforcement. So that's why I wanted to take a moment to, number one, thank you for the opportunity to speak and to be a part of this discussion. Bucks County Sheriff's Department was sued by the Pennsylvania ACLU because they unilaterally passed a decision that they were going to do a 287G partnership with ICE. So I, again, appreciate that you are giving us all the opportunity to discuss this matter and not, pass this without any of our knowing. I feel like you have been, transparent about this particular issue, and it does appear as though you are taking the time to thoroughly consider before taking a vote later on. So first off, thank you. My two concerns were, again, with overburdening our existing police department. So a 287G agreement does not shift responsibility to ICE, even if the local law enforcement is acting on ICE's orders. It unfortunately shifts risk onto the local law enforcement and the municipality. So if we were to follow ICE's delegation and their particular orders that happened to be unlawful, engaging in racial profiling, exceeding their authority. ICE cannot be held legally responsible if we have a 287G in place, even if it is our law enforcement acting under ICE's orders. It is still our law enforcement that would be held accountable. And if we all remember our history, the Nuremberg trials found that I was just following orders is not a valid defense. So that would not be fair to burden our local police. Secondly, the efficiency and the efficacy of these agreements are not proven. So the promise that 287G agreements improve public safety has not been supported by evidence, but it is well documented that they expose municipalities to lawsuits, drain public funds, reallocate public funds and resources, and create the potential for long-term legal liability that can follow a community for years. You as our local government have a responsibility to protect our public resources, everything that our tax dollars go to, keeping this public safe. And generally that does include avoiding unnecessary risk. So I am not an accountant. I would not claim to be able to present to you myself a cost-benefit analysis of the risk of partnering with ICE and following their displayed unconstitutional processes. So if part of your decision making on behalf of all the taxpayers and the citizens of McCandless could include weighing the risk of partnering with ICE against the our tax dollars being used locally to support our local police and first responders who are, as far as I can tell, again, I've only been here a few short years, but I have, never felt unsafe in this community. It sounds like, the other members of this community that have been here far longer than I have, it sounds like this municipality and its law enforcement and first responders have had nothing but an upstanding record of service to our community, and hopefully by passing resolution 2026-03 we can continue that legacy. Thank you for your time.
Well, my name is Neil Donaldson, and as my wife mentioned, I have been a resident here for just over 2 years, and I want to speak in support of this resolution. And people have talked a lot tonight, really, about how whether we agree to cooperate or not, ICE is going to come anyway, and how if we don't cooperate, that is how places like here, like McCandless, are going to end up like Minneapolis. And that is the talk of an abused person. That is the language of an abuser. That is the language of, why did you make me do this? We did not make them do anything. We are not making them go over and bust people out of cars, ignore all sorts of laws, court orders, the things that are supposed to keep our government in check with itself. Executive branches are beholden to judicial systems, at least they are supposed to be. But it really doesn't seem like ICE cares about that. They just kind of do what they want, which is not something that I am willing to have my community cooperate with. Turning over and exposing ourselves, metaphorically speaking, is not the way to live a life and support a community. We need to be able to take pride in ourselves and not just do what someone says because they're threatening violence. That can't be how we live our lives. It's not any way to live. And if we give up because someone's threatening to do something, if we don't, we are teaching them that those threats win, that those threats work, and they will only keep doing it. And I just don't want that to be how the world works. I don't want might to make right. I want people to make right. And I want this community to be right. And we can't do that if we're cooperating with an enforcement agency that doesn't care about anything or anyone. I didn't have a prepared speech or notes when I came up to talk, and I didn't even plan to speak when I came here. But I just think it's important that I make my voice heard, because I just can't stomach working with ICE. I truly can't. And I just want to end. People have quoted a lot of people. People have cited a lot of historical sources. I'm going to cite, paraphrase really, a person that I'm sure everyone here knows very well, Fred Rogers. Fred Rogers told people to look for the helpers, and you will get that help. ICE are not helpers. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I had one thing that I needed to say. I thought we were done. My name's Kelly Purnell, lifelong resident of McCandless, as some of these people know. I just have to say something. For the families who lived next to that house that, you know, with the cars and I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that happened, and I'm sorry that you lived through that. I've also had those same kinds of issues in Ingomar. We've had neighbors that deal drugs across the street. I have neighbors that watch them do drugs and have people over in their backyard. The neighbor that used to live next to us did not keep up their house to the point that their fecal matter and their toilet paper came into our yard while my children would be out there playing. Their son called me to tell me that he watched me breastfeed my children. They're all white. They're American citizens. I am sorry that an immigrant community came in and took that house. I am. I'm also sorry that I had to live in a place with white American citizens who treated us like that. And that's all I've got to say. I don't see it as a black and brown or a white issue. I see this as humanity, and we all need help. And this is a bigger issue than them versus us, Democrat versus Republican. I agree. I agree, but it is not working with murderers and rapists. I can't do that. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Greg Polanski. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I've lived in McCandless for over 30 years. I started out standing in back and then I sat down for a while, but I was tired of standing, so I was waiting until the line got down. So maybe I'm the last speaker. I appreciate what council is doing in terms of hearing people out, and I hope that you will consider these all the comments and also understand what the facts are and have the right perspective. I mean, there are people who've talked about immigrants not having constitutional rights, which, based on my understanding, is totally fallacious. But I'd also like you to keep in perspective what the current administration has done. There was a bipartisan effort prior to the election to address the immigration situation. A presidential candidate put the squash on that. President Trump he said he would get rid of the worst of the worst. However, the statistics are showing that a relatively small percentage of the people who have been captured and deported are actually criminals. Please consider the credibility of this administration and the disinformation that they put out. Their math ability is impressive when you talk about 600% decrease in the cost of prescription drugs. The lives that they say they save with each of the boats that they've destroyed in the Caribbean has no relationship to the number of lives that this country's lost through drugs. They were supposedly going after waste, fraud, and abuse. I am waiting for our Attorney General to have a press conference to talk about the criminal processes that they've initiated to address waste, fraud, and abuse. Doge was generating all these savings, most of which were lies and have since been refuted. So as you consider what to do with this resolution, I encourage you to consider that immigration is a federal issue. Politics is local, but this administration has very little credibility. And please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Don Hart, 8189 Streamside. A lot of you may know me. Some do not. Pleasure to speak to you again. I'm kind of disappointed I have to be here because for the last 2 years, we didn't have to do this kind of stuff because we didn't do politics. Yes. We did what the people needed us to do. Minneapolis passed a proposal similar to this. And what did it get them? Did it make them safer? Did it make them safer? Does the politics of chaos that you're proposing make McCandless safer? When I served in this council, this didn't happen. Because we did the people's business, not federal business. I'm very disappointed that this has been proposed because this is politics instead of considering public safety. If you wish to change immigration law, go to Washington, D.C., talk to your congressman. Because this is feel-good legislation that's only going to make us less safe by reducing the communication between the police and federal officers. If you think it's just going to be ICE, think again. All of the feds are going to think you are a pariah. Passing immigration law covers a lot of things. 5 of the 9/11 hijackers were here
illegally. Thank you.
Paul Heckman. First off, I think everybody that's still here deserves a participation award.
Council.
Including council. We've. You said there's still work to be done. Yes, we'll still be here too. You know that. I can't say that this piece of this resolution is perfect. Do I think the 287G is something we want to do? Nope. Not it. From anything I've read says, no, that is just not the right type of agreement to enter into. But that's why you ask for discussion. And I hope that you now have way lots of discussion to try to wade through and pull out the facts from the fears. And the reason for doing it now is because if you didn't do it now and something happened, then the uproar would be, well, you knew it was going to happen. Why didn't you set that up to begin with? And I don't think anything I've read in the resolution prevents the police from doing the lawful things that they need to do with the ice. And I kind of resent ice being thrown totally under the bucket because I'm sure there are very many good ice agents. I'm sure the people that have worked with them, there are good ice agents. There are bad people in every occupation, in every neighborhood. But the good news is there's more good people than bad people. And our job is to weed out where we can and do the best to make things safe. And I think that's what you're trying to do. I hope as you go through and weigh everything that's been put here, maybe there's some things in there that you say, well, yes, I think there might be something to be done with changing the wording here or there. But I think overall, yes, something does need to be there so that it protects our police. It protects our neighborhood. There is no need for us to get pulled into spending money that we don't need to spend because it should have been covered by the federal government. So thank you for those who are leaving as soon as this is done. Thank you for coming out tonight. For the rest of us, let's get on with the party.
Good evening. John Harrison, McCandless. Tonight, what you're talking about is you're talking about protecting. Now listen to these numbers. You may want to write them down. 28,684. Does anybody know what that number is? That's the number of residents in McCandless Township that you're protecting. So then you go from those numbers to too many screens. Of course, I can't get it now, but of those numbers, the number of people that have been murdered in this country by people that are here illegally, they made a choice to come to this country. Why? Because it's a great place to live. I have colleagues that I work with in industry all through Pittsburgh that have come here the legal and correct way. They have come here, they've been sponsored by companies, organizations, churches, whatever, so that they could come here. The word is legally. The fact is, the number of people that have been killed in this country from illegal people being here is astronomical. Think about if you took one neighbor out of your neighborhood that was killed by somebody illegally. How would your neighborhood react? How would you live? The fact that we're giving the chief, who does a great job, and the police, who do a great job, to be able to possibly prevent somebody who could have been arrested and turned over to ICE. Instead, the numbers that some of these people are 3.8 times they've been arrested. 3.8 times that they've been arrested. Some of the people that were killed, those people were arrested 18 times. And they've killed how many? We don't even know. Think if the community would have said, you know what, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to sit there and pick up the phone and call ICE and say, Chief picks up the phone and goes, hey, we have somebody here that's in our possession. We feel there might be an issue. They come in, they investigate, they take the person away. Think if they would have did that on the first time. What did it cost us as taxpayers for those 17 trials? And then we kick them out. Or we kick them out of the country, and there's how many that have come back illegally? The first time's a minor offense. The second time is a felony coming back if you've been kicked out of the country. So don't sit there and let people say it's not illegal. The fact is, there's different layers of security in this country. It starts with our local police departments. The next level up is the county police department. The next one above that, the sheriff and the county kind of run both in hand for Allegheny County because they both have different duties. The next ones above that are the state police. Who's above that? Sounds like it might be ICE. Might be the federal government that's your next line of defense. So if we're all fine with going home and sleeping tonight, knowing that the couple that was here that had their neighborhood ransacked for a year because of illegals being there. Think about that. Think about somebody coming and bothering your house every day. Remember that.
If I see no more public comment, we will move on to our agenda. We are at number 5, the approval of minutes.
Second.
Charlotte, I'm sorry, Miss Salt.
That's okay.
Saying.
So, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Okay, motion carries. Moving on to agenda item number 6, administration and finance reports. Brittany, would you like to start?
Okay. I will keep this very brief. Good evening, council. Enclosed in your packet, you will find the check listing from December 2025 in the amount of $1,075,292.20. If you have any questions on the check listing, I'd be happy to answer them.
Make a motion to approve checklist number 12, dated December 1st, 2025, December 31st, 2025. Total $1,075,292. As submitted to each member of council and posted to the vote our website.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And any questions about this before we? Good.
I'm going to abstain due to the reasons outlined in the memo addressed to the town manager.
Thank you. So all in favor of approving this checklisting, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So we have 6 in favor with 1 abstention, so motion passes. Okay, moving to item number 7, reports of committees. We'll begin with the reports of the Public Safety Committee and with the chief's report, please.
Good evening, council. I will also be brief. Couple highlights for January for the police department. The 2 new sergeants that you folks helped us promote a month or so ago attended a vital training. It's called POSIT. It's through Penn State. It's a training that's intensive and it's designed for new first line supervisors. Also in January, the entire department began their annual mandatory training through the Municipal Police Officers Education and Training Commission. That's 2 full days of training. That's a minimum requirement by the state annually for all police officers in the Commonwealth. And like I said, we began that in January. That'll be a months long process. As you can see down in a paragraph, I want to say 3 or 4 there, social worker continues to be busy with referrals and trainings. Also of note in January, we turned in another 34.5 pounds of unwanted prescriptions. The town collects a large amount of those every month for destruction. And finally, 38 deer calls in the month of January, at least 38. And Big Daddy Wildlife removed 13 carcasses. And that's probably a small number compared to other months. Any questions? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further questions or comments from council? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the fire marshal's report.
Good evening. Good news for you guys is January was a little light for me just because I was getting back on track. The good news is the rehab is doing pretty well. So hopefully soon I'll be back to full service duty. Some of the highlights for January, coordinating the medical evaluation program for our firefighters. So we've got 2 dates that our firefighters will be having their physicals, their annual physicals. One is March 14th and the other is April 11th. They are both here like in the past. The steering committee was canceled. It was scheduled for January 27th, but it was canceled due to the weather. Working on the joint bylaws for the fire companies. A draft was submitted to the fire companies. So now kind of the ball's in their court. So we'll be monitoring that. On January 25th, I don't have to tell McCandless residents about our large snowfall. So right before that happened, I did activate our emergency management agency, team of 1. That was just to monitor the situation because our agencies already had plans in place. Fortunately for us, we had no power outages I was aware of. No major incidents. Fire, police, and DPW all did a great job handling their load of the work. I monitored from a remote location, maybe my house, but to monitor with Allegheny County Emergency Services. A lot of communities were really struggling. Salt trucks were going down, power outages, gas leaks. It was a disaster. But fortunately here in McCandless, I know we had a lot of snow, but we did dodge it. A big shout out to Mr. Wall and St. Alexis crew. They offered right before the storm hit, they offered to be a warming shelter if we needed it. And again, fortunately, we didn't need it. But now that I know you guys are willing, you're on the list. Just so you're aware. Okay. I appreciate that. And for everyone that had a hydrant in their yard or maybe a neighbor's and you shoveled it out, thank you so much. From the fire service, we greatly appreciate that because we know where the hydrants are at because of our software, but sometimes getting to them is going to be a little bit of a challenge. So for those of you that still have a hydrant that could be shoveled out, over the next couple of days, it's going to warm up a little bit. It'd be a perfect time to do that. So that's kind of the question. What's up?
This is all the snow that has come down the pike. Is there any way that we can get our residents for their hydrants in their yards? Because I know that Westview Water, because of the work that Jack Casey did, they're gonna paint those hydrants this year because of our 175th. But if we could get some sort of almost like a bicycle antenna to put in the ground, so when we do have a snow, you can tell where the hydrant is.
So there, you're referring to what they call a hydrant marker. So there are different hydrant markers. That is one of them. We do have on a number of hydrants, and this happened before I took over for Stack. He got hydrant markers that go on the front steamer connection. So those are kind of our hydrant markers. You might have also seen a blue piece of metal with a blue top on it. I'm not sure exactly when they were enacted as well, but certainly that's something we can look at in the future for kind of, identifying that. Like I said, the good part is we have the software that identifies where those hydrants at, and that software is in all our fire trucks. So they'll kind of know where it's at, or the vicinity. Even if it's under snow, we'll have an idea.
There was also another recommendation that was made to me from a constituent. We don't have a means, and I don't know whether we have the means to communicate, but Westview Water has the means to communicate with every one of their services by text message. So if we could work with Westview Water to try and get a message sent out that lets the residents know that you should relieve the snow from around your fire hydrant, it would be helpful.
Yeah, and again, I want to point out, so there's no law, there's no ordinance, there's no penalties involved in that. It's just simply, it'd be nice if you would do it, or again, if you're a neighbor. And, we do have some, elderly residents that they just can't get out and do it. And, that's totally acceptable. So if you're around, and you see a hydrant, I've shoveled a few out myself, even though I'm not supposed to. I know, boss, I know, but I've done it. And just because I know it needed done. So if everyone, can pitch in who can with the shovel, like I said, these next couple of days would be a perfect time to do it. So, but yeah, I appreciate that comment. So it's up to you guys if you want. I can go over the annual numbers. I did submit the 2025 annual report. It is in your guys' packet. I know it's been a long night, so if you'd like me to review some of the numbers, that's great, but they're in there. So I'll leave that up to you.
Does anyone in council have questions for Marshall Wisner about the annual report?
And if we do, we can email you, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so any further questions for Fire Marshal Wisner before we move on? Okay. Next we have item building permit report for the month of January. Glenn, anything to add to that?
A light month, nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to liaison reports. Personnel board, Mr. Giorgetti.
Had a quick reorg meeting at the end of last month and looking forward to the next meeting coming up here.
Great. Volunteer firefighters, as we heard, they did not meet due to the storm. So do we have any public comments on public safety?
Yeah, just to reiterate.
Mr. Wolf, will you address council, please? Yeah, I'm sorry, you were.
Just to reiterate what I was saying earlier about our DPW.
Okay.
I have two comments about public safety.
Can you please state your name again, sir?
My name is Greg Polanski. I'm
Thank
a
you.
resident of Ward 4. I'm not sure when it was, but in the last couple of months, there was another municipality where the fire department had problems because the water supply to the hydrants wasn't properly maintained. I think Westview Water does a real good job, but I don't know whether or not the fire marshals work with Westview to make sure that all of our hydrants are active. If not, I think it's probably worth a little bit of time to do that. The second comment relates to deer management. I appeared before council last year with some comments about deer management, and I reviewed the video for the last Environmental Advisory Council meeting, and I know that they're planning to do something. I look forward to council moving forward with a more proactive approach to the situation, because it certainly is a problem for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any?
Laurie Barkowski. I'd like to just revisit my public comments at the beginning of the meeting and see if this is an opportunity for the chief to respond to maybe a summary. I know I'm catching you off guards with perhaps incidents that are involving illegal immigrants in our community relating to possible gun purchases, petty theft. Perhaps maybe elaborate a little bit on these incidents we've heard of on Cumberland and Lancelot, if you could please.
I want to remind everyone that we do have a resolution on public comment, and it is public comment. We ask that, you know, if you have specific questions, we hear them, and if they can be addressed at some point by council or staff, we will address them. At this point, I'm not sure if we want to.
I think the chief would need to think about this and come up with a proper answer before he'd answer right now.
Okay, is that something I should email about or intend to hear something at the next meeting?
If you have a question directly, feel free to email it to me and I'll take care of it for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ellen, right? I want to thank you for this wonderful process that you've gone through tonight to hear everybody's viewpoints. It was very nice. Thank you for doing that. I have a concern about the personnel board meeting that happened on January 27th. It was listed as a Zoom meeting only. It's my understanding that with Zoom, you provide a link where somebody can access the Zoom. I don't see where there was any link for the Zoom to connect to. And if somebody didn't have Zoom, there was no phone number to call in to be able to participate in the meeting. So I just wanted to share my concern that the personnel board meeting was unlike this meeting that allowed for everybody's comments, because there was no Zoom contact number, there was no phone number, there was no possibility for providing written comments ahead of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other? Okay, Mr. Harrison?
John Harrison. To the Public Works, you guys knocked it out of the park. You did a great job. To our local fire departments, these guys go and volunteer. They have full-time jobs, most of them, and they really never get the credit that they deserve for what they do. Then, as a fellow citizen of the community, you have a fire in your neighborhood. They pull up to the fire hydrant. They have a fire hydrant they can't find. If you couldn't find a fire hydrant and you had to dig it out, and it took 5 minutes, we'll say it takes 10 minutes. What's it do to the response of being able to put the fire out?
I don't know the size of the fire, but it definitely could affect.
You pull up to a fire hydrant and you have a fire hydrant that's out. So they got to go to the second hydrant to go and hopefully get a live line. Westview Water does a decent job. They actually do a great job, because there was a water line on Hedwig that was leaking. The neighbor who is in front of his house would think that as the ice starts building up, and by the time they got out to it, the ice was probably almost a foot thick. So you go down the road and you hit this giant ice bump as you're going down. Called Public Works. I wish I had a stopwatch, because in probably less than 20 minutes, you guys were on site, on the road, Westview Water was out an hour or so later. And they started, and it took 2 days for them to fix the problem. But if you see something in the neighborhood, in the community, say something. It makes a difference. It's a safety thing. It takes all of 2 minutes to make that phone call. It took me longer to go and call and look up the phone number for Westview Water than it did to make the call. It makes a huge difference because if that line was out of service on Hedwig, the next available line is on Parkview. Hedwig is approximately a 1/4 mile long. So now you got to stretch fire hoses for a house on Hedwig a 1/4 mile if there's a fire. So if you see something, say something. And everybody should adopt a fire hydrant. It should be a policy that we do. We actually should be a program we start in the community. Adopt a fire hydrant. You know what it takes to do it? It takes 5 minutes to pull up to the fire hydrant or walk over to the fire hydrant and shovel the snow around it. 3 feet to the left, 3 feet to the right, straight to the curb, and 3 feet behind it. It doesn't take anything to do. 5 minutes could make a difference on whether someone gets out of their house or your house is saved. So everybody that's in the community pull together and we can make a difference so that actually when the fire trucks get there, they can do their job instead of, oh, you know what? They got to go shovel the snow. Be a responsible person in the community. I yield.
Thank you for your comment. Please, seeing no one else for public comment, we will move on to reports of facilities management. First, our staff report from Public Works.
How you doing? Couple things that we did last month. We continued the Wall Park Culvert project. Christmas tree pickup concluded. We did some painting here at Town Hall. We continued on the 2026 basin projects, and it did snow a couple times. We had one of the biggest snows in the last decade. And I think we were out for like 48 hours straight. But my staff did a tremendous job. They did great. There's no other words for it other than they were fantastic. Any questions?
You guys crushed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I'd also like to mention that not only were they out doing the actual work, but when everything was going on, Brad was extremely responsive to me when I had residents' concerns that I passed on to him. And he not only responded to me so I could respond to a resident, but then took care of the problem. And that really shows our residents that we are working in their best interest to do the right thing. Thank you so much.
You know, Mrs. Long, I'll double that. We had some issues with, you know, a snowplow knocking over a mailbox or knocking over a sign. Brad, you were Johnny on the spot. You did a great job.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so we will move on to liaison reports from the Environmental Advisory Committee. Mr. Hickerson.
Thank you. The previous meeting, we basically, introduced ourselves, introduced new members. There's been discussions with the upcoming, the cleanup. We also had discussions when it came to potentially rebooting our regional EAC, working with other EAC groups across the North Hills area. Another thing is that we received our air quality monitor where we can put it outside the town building. And, I haven't received any word whether it's set up or not. Last I heard it's physically here, but we haven't set it up yet.
That should be interesting. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hickerson? Okay. The Ad Hoc Stormwater Management Committee, Mr. Babbage, there was no meeting at this time. Any public comment on facilities management? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the reports of the Services Committee. We have the liaison reports. We will start with Mr. Arlo and the MTSA.
McCandless Township Sanitary Authority attended the meeting Thursday. Meeting minutes from the previous meeting are in the packet. Any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much. And the McCandless Franklin Park Ambulance Authority, Mr. Giorgetti.
Had their reorg meeting last month and happy to report that they continue to improve their operations by the day.
Very good. And finally, Northland Public Library Authority, Mr. Babbage.
Unusually long meeting. The director, Amy Steele, departed. She was amended by the state, so there was a ceremony for that. They are doing their final interviews for their replacement, or they should have just done them this week. Their board reorganized as well, and they took time to especially call out an excellent uproar article, the North Allegheny Senior High newspaper about the remodel. And they said it was very well written. It was by senior Samantha Tropel, and I went back and read it. It's very good. So, job to an A. And then finally, the tickets just went on sale for their gala on April 25th.
Great. Any questions from council for the various service committees? Okay, we don't have it on the agenda, but is there any public comment on service committees? Okay, hearing none, we move on to old business, and there is no old business. Agenda item number 9, new business. Action concerning appointment of assistant town secretary and town right to know officer.
I make a motion to appoint.
Well, do you want to make the motion first and then we'll, okay, go ahead.
I apologize. You
Okay.
want to explain something, Mr. Schwein, go ahead.
I just wanted to announce and introduce Miss Katie Stringent, who's joined us today for her first meeting with McCandless Town Council.
This is leaving them all.
This is exactly like be like this.
McCandless.
We're really lucky to have Katie. I'll have her come up and introduce herself real quick and talk about her, but she was a great find. I'm really happy to have her on board on the team. So your podium is yours, Ms. Stringent.
Good evening, council. As Mr. Schwen just said, I'm Katie Stringent. I am the new assistant town manager. This is week 3. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Most recently, I was the director of community development in Moon Township. And before that, I was the municipal manager at the borough of Castle Shannon. So I've been working in local government for quite some time and look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome aboard.
Welcome to McCandless.
Okay.
I make a motion to appoint Ms. Katie Stringent as the assistant town secretary and as the town right to know officer.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. Okay, and now action concerning Old Perry Highway Townhomes subdivision plan, mortgage subdivision, block lot 1071-E-96. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make it. Motion to approve the Old Perry Highway Townhomes subdivision plan as submitted by Greg Swab as reviewed by the town engineer in their letter dated January 21st, 2026 and recommended for approval by the planning commission.
We have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hickerson. Any questions about this from council before we go? Okay, can we have all in favor of approving this motion? Please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, motion carries. Okay, next is action concerning Warden Plan Lot Consolidation, minor subdivision, block lot 825-P-243 and 825-P-241. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve or reject the Warden Plan Lot Consolidation as submitted by.
What do you want to put, you need to make the motion to approve? or-
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Like to make a motion to approve or reject the.
No, just approve. Approve the, yeah.
Sorry.
We're here for you.
Motion to approve the Old Perry Highway Town Home Subdivision Plan.
We got that one, yeah.
It's the one below.
I'm sorry, folks. It's been a long.
Reset.
Yeah, well, all right.
I'll do it.
Yep, starting with CI. Yep.
Thank you. Motion to approve the Presidential Armed Department Plan.
No, the one up.
Yeah, this one right here. Okay, I'm sorry, folks. I've just had a long day. Motion to approve the warden plan consolidation as submitted by Lorena L. Warden as reviewed by the town engineer in their letter dated December 21st, 2025, and recommended for approval by the planning commission.
Thank you. We have,
All right, up to 3 times.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who said that. Thank you, Mr. Wall. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now, the action concerning presidential arms apartment plan, minor land development, block lot 947-K-136. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the presidential arms apartment plan as submitted by Kevin Rowland as reviewed by the town engineer in their letter dated January 21, 2026, recommended for approval by the planning commission.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hickerson. Any questions on this? Okay, without questions, can we have all in favor, please but respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, motion carries. Next is action concerning the Baylor Plan Partial Bond Release number 1. Do we have a motion?
I'll make
Thank you.
motion to approve the partial bond release number 1 of the Baylor Plan Performance Bond in the amount of $84,570 for the town engineer's bond release recommendation letter dated December 11th, 2025.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Hey, Ms. Alt. Okay, any questions about this? Okay, no, seeing no questions, all in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Letter F, action concerning the Baylor Plan Partial Bond Release number 2. We have a motion, please.
That's the Ridge plan.
Yes.
You said Baylor, right?
There's another Baylor. There's 2 Baylors.
We'll go for 1, 2, 5.
I apologize.
That's okay.
I'll make motion to approve the partial bond release of number 2 of the Baylor Plan Performance Bond in the amount of $21,250 per the town engineer's bond release recommendation letter dated January 20th, 2026.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
So, any questions? Hearing none, all in favor of, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, motion carries.
I make a motion to approve partial bond release number 2 of the Ridge Pittsburgh LP Performance Bond in the amount of $43,780 for the town engineer's bond release recommendation letter dated January 16th, 2026.
Thank you. And do we have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Hickerson. Any questions on this? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, and somebody would like to make a motion on the purchase of a John Deere backhoe.
I'll make a motion to approve the purchase order number 664 in the amount of $125,506.75 for the purchase of a John Deere 410T tier backhoe under CoStar's contract number 44,000,2107.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Alt. Any questions about this purchase from council? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. And now the purchase of a leaf truck.
I will make the motion to approve purchase order number 665 in the amount of $297,143.37 for the purchase of a for the purchase of an ODP Freightliner dual steer leaf truck from SCI Stevenson Equipment Incorporated under CoStar's contract number 44,000,28339.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. Thank you, Mr. Giorgetti. Any questions? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next, our paving program. Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve authorizing the town manager to advertise for bids for the 2026 paving program and to authorize the spending of funds from the liquid fuels account to complete the paving program.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Alt. Any questions from council? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, motion passes. Okay, next on the agenda is a discussion and possible action regarding the 2026 Town of McCandless Summer Recreation Program, and I will hand it over to Mr. Wall.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the town of McCandless, we still have a joint recreation agreement between the North Allegheny School District, the town of McCandless, Franklin Park, Marshall, and Bradford Woods. Under that agreement, we had summer recreation for a variety of different ages in the town of McCandless until COVID hit. What we are trying to do is this year doing a pilot program to bring back a program for kids grades 1 through 6. The premise is it's a 1-week program. Grades 1 through 6 will gain a better understanding of what role and responsibilities that you have when you are a Tiger. This is not your average summer recreation program. Key focus of the program is included in the acronym that you see up there. Tigers, the stripes. Show kindness, or ST, take responsibility. R, respect everyone. I, include others. P, positively lead. E, encourage peers. And S, serve your community. I'm very pleased tonight to have with me 2 gentlemen that will be hopefully guiding this program. You might recognize either or both of them. Dave Gray is the celebrated Pied Piper of activities for students K through 12 throughout our region. He's a celebrated author and considered to be an expert in recreational sciences. Next to him is Bill Howe, who is a 21-year teacher at the North Allegheny School District. Gentlemen, will you walk through? Do you need this? Do you need to walk through this?
Yeah, we'll make it quick. Good evening, council. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everyone for sticking around. My name is Coach Dave Gray. I have been a lifelong resident of McCandless Township since 1977. When I first came to McCandless Township, I was in the foster care system until my aunt and uncle adopted me, and I grew up on Belmont with the Peebles. And I had several opportunities to fall through the cracks and take a path in my life. But one thing that kept me moving forward and on the right track were these programs that Joe was just talking about. So when I was at NA, I went to summer rec and in programs at Peebles, and it meant the world to me to be associated with adults that played football or that coached or were a teacher. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. I've dedicated my life giving back to the kids in our district. And I've started up and created several successful camps in neighboring townships. And I want to do the same here. So when it was presented to us, I'm jumping at the opportunities. So let you talk about.
Can you explain the program?
Sure. It's going to be a 1-week program in which we're going to do 1st grade through 6th grade. We're going to split them up into multiple groups where we're going to have pretty much like what we would call little units or little sections, where one would be on STEM, one would be on the arts, one would be on sports. And then obviously the things with Tigers Leading Tigers, it's the idea of having students of North Allegheny, typically National Junior Honor Society kids are looking for hours for their volunteer. So we can use that for, they can put on their resume. But not only that, it's the idea just to kind of promote the culture and the traditions of North Allegheny, which I feel like we can definitely help instill upon the use. Kids are always looking for things to do, and sometimes we kind of get put into one kind of hole, whereas, okay, this is a sports camp. This is a eco camp. This is an arts camp. Where in this way, they kind of get a snapshot of each individual program. And again, we're still in the developmental phases, but we were able to secure at least 2 other North Allegheny teachers. And not to correct Joe, but this is my 23rd year in education. And I've been coaching for 22 of those years, whether it's been wrestling, track and field, and just had an opportunity to just work with some of the best kids at North Allegheny. And I think if we have that opportunity to allow them to be the mentors to the students that we are currently raising now in this generation, I think it would be, I think it would be a great thing for the community.
Would you go through some of the people that are gonna be involved in this?
Yeah, so there's obviously it's me and Dave, and then the idea is to have two other, we're gonna have two other volunteers that are actually teachers at North Allegheny. One is Melina Bowers. She has an incredible ability to design lessons that can be differentiated through all levels of instructions, from pretty much first grade to sixth grade, but also looking for that hands-on approach and be able to do things kind of with a smile on her face. And then another one is Victoria Lyden. She's new to the district. She's a long-term sub in our building, and she's going to work hand in hand with Melina. We're still looking for at least 3 more members to help build our team so that we can kind of have a diverse group of individuals that can help us promote this. We also have the endorsement of our science department with Chris Omisitz, who's another McCandless resident, and he told me that he will help me make sure that we have the STEM program in place so that there's no overlap with the curriculum that we already have in place for the students that are at North Allegheny, because we don't want them to have to do multiple labs over and over again.
Mr. Gray, would you please explain how this is different from the recreational camps that you have?
Yeah, so this camp here isn't just sports and the different stations that you talked about. We're going to instill character traits. We build these kids up. Like I've dedicated myself as Bill's dedicated himself to building self-confidence and self-esteem. We equip these kids when they leave this camp, they feel empowered to go out and lead others. That's the whole idea of this camp, is to build those leadership qualities going into the community. I don't care if they're in middle school, elementary school, you're never too young to be a leader. Get out there and be proud of being an angry tiger.
No, what we do. Thank you about the administration of the program and what the costs are gonna be and what those kids get.
You got that, Dave. Go ahead. Yeah.
First of all, as far as the coaches go, we're also going to get volunteers from like the key clubs, so high school students at NA, and that's the Tigers leading Tigers part, where we get the high school students, and again, it's such a. But so we have 5 days, Monday through Friday. It's going to be, I believe,
July 6th through the 10th.
Yep.
July 6th through the 10th that week, and it's going to run elementary school, so first grade through sixth grade.
No. That's all.
So 3-hour camp.
So the nice thing about this camp is it's going to give them a snapshot of the curriculum. We've come up with an initial price of $200 per kid. It's also going to include the T-shirt. They're also going to get wristbands for every time that they meet one of their goals throughout the week. And then we have obviously administrative costs. Dave's going to run it, basically do the registration through his website. We're asking that council approves the ability for us to promote this on your website, so we can work hand in hand and just kind of develop a much more the idea is a sense of community. I feel like sometimes throughout COVID, we've lost a lot of that personal connection, the one-on-one ability to be able to communicate. We want kids to put their cell phones down for a couple hours. Obviously, kindergarten kids probably shouldn't have cell phones, but the idea here is just to be kids, like be kids and just enjoy the day. And with having different stations, it's going to allow kids to get out of that comfort zone, but also be able to kind of choose their own adventure, like the books we used to read when we were kids. So.
And you can see up on the monitors, the scheduling. It's a 4-block schedule where kids have 2 scheduling blocks of recreational activity, one of arts or STEM or education, and then 1 block is for whatever they want to do, pretty much. Yeah. So, does anybody else have any questions?
I have 1 or 2 questions. One, the Tigers helping Tigers, it's great. The NA community is so strong around here. But will this serve children who are attending parochial schools or other schools? Is it mandatory?
Well, that's a great question. If they're in the community, Allegheny, McCandless, yeah, it doesn't matter what school they're in. If they're in this, if we serve them and they're our constituents, absolutely.
Right.
We are going to cut off the program at 100. We feel like just the ability to be able for kids to have that differentiated instruction throughout the day and keep them stimulated and keep them involved. I think if we did any more than 100 kids, it would be doing a disservice to not only us, but to the kids in general.
And it needs to be stated too that this is a pilot program.
Yeah.
We're trying to build this so next year we get other sites and maybe other municipalities involved. Yeah.
And just to review, and I feel like I know the answer, but to share, this, what cost to the town would this be?
It's no cost.
Thank you.
And there is insurance that is run through Coach Dave Gray's business that holds the township harmless.
So insurance waivers and all of our coaches clearanced. So everything will be covered. I want to say one thing about the sports part of it. You know, my goal is anymore, it's not so much about the sports, it's getting kids active. They don't have to like a particular sport. We just want to get them moving because, you know, running is fun. Jumping is, you know, it's what you make of it. And that's what I'm an expert at, you know, so we encourage every kid. I don't care if they've never picked up a ball in their life, come to our camp and be a part of this. So.
Well, speaking of that, will you have opportunities for children who may have ability challenges?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And we discussed that in my school programs and camps and clinics. I seek that demographic because the leaders that they'll get that their coaches can get by serving them and vice versa. It's a beautiful dynamic. So, you know, we want to make it all inclusive.
Thank you.
As best that we can.
May I ask if there's more than 100 people that sign up for this, how does that?
So the game plan is, since it's a pilot program, to make a waiting list. And then we feel like if the deem that we can run another camp, I'm pretty sure that all the volunteer coaches and the paid staff can possibly stick on for another week if we see that there's a need for that. But the goal is, and you know, and this is kind of Joe's idea when we talked about this together, was to make this thing bigger, but we also don't want it to grow too fast. We also want to keep it authentic. And the idea here is we want to put our own personal touches. And I think by having teachers that are at North Allegheny, they understand what these kids are dealing with. It's a different demographic. We understand each school is a little bit different, and we kind of want to just from that and not move forward too fast.
And it is somewhat of an extension of what they've already learned in the classroom through STEM. Yeah.
Do the high school volunteers have to go through the same process of clearances?
So I think that's what we're actually gonna have, because they're gonna be student volunteers. They're still gonna have to get some of their clearances, I believe. Yeah,
All students that.
because they're gonna go through Dave.
All students that are 18 and older have to
Yeah.
get clearance.
Yeah.
So if you're 17, you don't need clearance?
Typically not in those kind of programs, no. Well,
In my programs,
Yeah.
you know, if you're 15 or older, I want you to need clearances.
Yeah.
Just to have those. So I will require those. Because I do it outside of this concept.
And Mrs. Alt, I've left the administration of this program to Coach Gray.
Yeah. And I have over 20 years of camp experience, and you've heard about the camps at Franklin Park, and that's me.
and
So
picking our volunteers and picking some of our co-leaders, obviously we want to keep everybody's best interest in mind, but there's just certain kids you have in a class you just know that are meant to be leaders and to understand what it's like to foster those professional relationships, and that way that those kids feel connected at all levels. So that's our overall goal.
Thank you.
how do you plan to, since this is a pilot program, quantify the success of the program with the league? That's a great.
The kids leave this, and the parents send me saying this was the greatest camp ever in the United States. But I mean that sincerely. The kids will be the greatest test of how this program goes. And if something's going to grow, it's going to grow by word of mouth. And I know that sounds simple, but it's true.
I think with us being in the business as long as we have, body language is the biggest tell. You can tell when a kid's authentically excited about something or versus when they're just smiling, just a smile. And I think that we will, this could be a big for everybody in the community, and the goal is to bring it back to the way it used to be, where this was kids did in the summer. They weren't part of individualized, sports camps, throughout the entire summer. They were actually have an opportunity to be kids. And that's why we want to see this start at the earliest ages and then continue. And then some of these kids now that go to the camp, I mean, in a perfect world, they would come back and be some of our own counselors and some of our co-leaders.
It's fostering the tradition.
Yeah.
Coach Gray, how many, just for everybody's edification, how many kids do you have in your camp over at Franklin Park?
So at the height of it, 350 kids, I grew from 38 kids. So you talk about quantifying it, it grows. and we'll see that growth. And hopefully that waiting list will be there, and then that gives you real analytics. But you know, my eco camp it's already sold out for this summer, and all 5 weeks. So there's a magic to it. I know what it is. He knows what it is, and you know, we want to put the NA stamp on it. We would love to do it with McCandless Township being that.
Are you open to adding something like a survey for parents at the end? You know, we're putting our name on this, right?
We sure we could do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. We're confident.
Yeah, I'm confident. Are there any other questions?
Sorry, we might be a little bit more energetic, but I told you my bedtime was at 9 o'clock, so yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions from council or anything you'd like to add, Mr. Wall?
No, this program speaks for itself. There's no monetary, I mean, it's budget neutral. We're not spending any of the town's money. Basically, what we're doing is to get your buy-in so we can utilize the website and advertise this to the kids. We've spoken with the principal at Ingomar Elementary School. We've spoken with central administration. Everybody's excited to see where this is gonna go. And I am too, because when I was in this program many years ago, it was sad to see it go, but it went because, you know, there are people that just lost the mojo, lost the care of it. You know, hopefully it'll bring it back. So.
And I know camps fill up quickly and it's imperative for us to either approve this or not here tonight because we want to get word out because parents need to make plans yesterday or summer. I appreciate that. So any further questions?
I just want to make sure that we do have something very specific that keeps the town from being impacted from any liability issues that would come out from anything. You know, accidents, anything that could happen. Do we have that?
That's, I believe, with your corporation holds that liability insurance and then we'll be in.
Binder that I carry. Well, after you take a look at her.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's important that we have that on file anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but to that point, you know, we have somebody that's coming in and running a program. The only thing we're really asking you for is advertising and getting behind it.
Yes, it's a program under the auspices of the town of McCandless. That's why I want to be very careful.
Sure, I understand.
Okay, are there any further questions? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I would be very, very proud to make this motion to approve the authorization of the town of McCandless to advertise for a summer recreation program.
I second it.
Thank you. Motion in a second. Any further questions? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please respond with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, hearing none. You have unanimous approval. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our, the next agenda item, which is discussion concerning immigration control enforcement in the town of McCandless. This is in regard to resolution 2026-03. Most of you have been given you've all been given the opportunity to review the draft resolution. And at this time, we'd like for council to be able to state their opinions. I personally want to thank everybody who's here, who's still here this evening. I think our council would echo the sentiment that we really love hearing from you, and seeing everybody here is just, it excites me as a council person to see this motivation and this interest in our community. I really appreciate it. We've also received many emails. I know I personally have read every single one of them and keeping your thoughts in consideration. So I am listening, but I will leave this now open for council. If anybody would like to start on what their opinion is, or if there's any changes that need to be made, or if they're for or against.
I would like to submit for the record, please, Madam President, copies of the emails that I printed prior to having to leave for this meeting. In support, not in support.
Did they come to your town address?
Yes,
So they should be available for everybody anyway. Okay. I have some concerns. I have concerns about the wording of the resolution. I have wording as it pertains to our oath of office. The Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania require a warrant for a person's arrest, which I agree to. But who is to determine what a neutral and detached judge and what that meaning is? I really have a problem with that because that doesn't lay it out in enough detail for me to feel comfortable voting for that. The next thing I'll tell you is that in the town of McCandless, we took an oath to obey the laws and the Constitution of not only the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but the United States. And we do have those laws are, I mean, the immigration and naturalization processes are all parts of the law of the United States. I would be okay to sit with members of this council and go through and draft a slightly different set of parameters that would include, you know, if we don't have an agreement right now with ICE. And if I'd feel comfortable doing things as we're doing them right now. If you wanted to fashion a resolution where, I mean, we don't need to have an agreement with ICE. But the bottom line here is that I don't feel comfortable where this is. And I think there needs to be some fine tuning on the language, Mr. Solicitor. And I think that we need to look at this resolution separately from that of the other municipalities that have come up with such legislation. We are different than Scott Township. We are different from Forest Hills. We are different from these other municipalities. I believe there is a way to meet happy ground where everybody can be happy with this. And I'm willing to sit down with other members of council in a subcommittee meeting to come up with the right wording that's going to make everybody feel comfortable. That's the only way to do this, is have us communicate, talk together, reason together.
Please, no comments. You will have another opportunity to make comment when we're finished here. So
Now, there's a lot of ways to do this, and we just started down that road. But we have to be able to talk. Not everybody in this room is wrong, whether they pick one side or the other. Everybody's got a point of view. Okay. Tonight, we saw examples of people that were very patient with points of view, and we saw examples of people that weren't. I'm Joe Wall. I represent Ward 5. I love my town. I love the safety that our chief provides, that our police provide. But there's got to be a better way than the words that are on this page. We've got to figure out the correct wording. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Ms. Babich.
I have one, I would like to echo Joe's comments that sort of a question posed to our solicitor. What is the legal meaning of neutral and detached?
Yeah, so it's rooted in the Fourth Amendment. This is an independent magistrate, somebody yelled, I think, from out there, in a federal judicial capacity. That is not part of law enforcement. They're independent and they review it. It's actually a step in the process that makes sure that there aren't rubber stamps or warrants, etc. So it has a legal meaning, and I think that it's appropriate for the ordinance. I know what it means as a lawyer, and any lawyer or judge reading such a document would understand that. And now hopefully you all understand it because I've told you what it means.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The other thing that I want to talk about then is sort of frames the context of this. this resolution and, for me, I spoke with, the chief, late in January, and it was about a variety of matters, policing McCandless in general, but we also talked about ICE. And that is when I learned that this sort of policy is really just codifying the current, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so feel free to chime in at any point, but is codifying the current McCandless police procedure as far as that goes. And so, you know, I think that's important when we're discussing this is there's no changes that happen to how the police are currently functioning. But I still think it's important because it kind of gives them legal backing. You know, it says that this is, as town council have said, this is how we're going to approach this. And as far as limitations specifically, and transparency as well, because I know that was addressed by public comment. I received the copy of this resolution. It was 10:17 on Sunday, previous Sunday. And then on Monday, at 10:07 a.m. is when I emailed the chief asking, do you think that this proves a burden, a hurdle for law enforcement? And so 2 business hours. And he responded no, that it would not. And so I think that you know, a lot of comments about handcuffing our police, pun not intended, that has been considered and been discussed.
There is consideration too. We did receive $200,000 for body cams. We did receive. Please, Rita, can I make a point here?
Okay,
Yes.
please, we'll have opportunities for public comment.
We have received $200,000 for body cams. 18,000 communities receive that kind of money. Okay. As we have seen, and I'm not saying that this is right or wrong, but we have seen this administration with sanctuary cities. Look, I'm not going to argue the fact with you. I'm just giving you the fact. The sanctuary cities are identified by this administration in a pretty bad way. So, as a leader of this community, 1 of 7, I have to be very cognizant of the fact of our actions have repercussions. This is one of them, okay? I certainly don't. And look, if we can come up with the wording and split down the line, okay, I feel pretty confident that we can do something for everybody in this. But it's going to require President you to assign a subcommittee and go through the wording for the next meeting.
We need to hear from some more council people. Mr. Hickerson.
I had this same, you know, basically what Nathan has said, I've known before that McCandless has basically had this policy that it seems like what Nathan has said, you know, codifying it. And as long as it doesn't obstruct, I mean, Nathan forwarded me the email. I mean, it seems like it doesn't obstruct any police operations, and we don't want any obstruction of police operations. I think it was John that sent it to council.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that clarification there. But maybe if at this time, if Chief Hawk, if you wouldn't mind addressing a couple of questions, I'll definitely want all of council. But I think the community and council may want to hear from you how this might impact policing. You know, I think everyone in this room agrees that we have one of the finest police forces available in the state of PA or wider range. That is a guaranteed fact. And I know the amount of training, I know the qualifications that's necessary to be a McCandless police officer. And so knowing that, as a council person, I really want to respect what they need to do their job as well. And would love to hear from you more.
Well, we'll obviously be serving the will of council. So whatever this council decides, that's what we'll do. I have to say that to date,
It has been rare where we've had to, maybe one time, where we had an officer, and I think Citizen spoke to it earlier, where our officers, may or may not be in this room, determined the village on warrants, stayed on the permanent. So my point is, by and large, from what I can see from your language, I don't believe it's going to change how we have already been operating, which is public safety. Our job is to enforce state law, McCandless ordinances. We don't have jurisdiction whenever it comes to federal immigration enforcement. So the other side of that is if they call, I think it's a case by case basis that we have to review because we have the community safety or what we are charged with, upholding. And so if it means the community's safety might be a concern, we want to be there to make sure everybody's safe. But what we're not doing is we're not involved in these operations that ICE may or may not undertake. And from what I can tell, there might have been one near the beginning of 2025 that we were not even made aware of. They were in the community and we found on social media. There's the one I just spoke of where we took a back seat because it's not our job. So again, I think why I'm giving you these instances is just to kind of demonstrate that the language you have here, I don't believe will greatly affect what it is we are already doing or not doing. So that's my opinion. I'd be happy to stand with counsel in executive session or wherever appropriate, solicitor, whoever, it makes sense, discuss it. Because I don't want tripwire either, for us. I don't want to, handcuff us unnecessarily either. Because like I said, our goal is to keep this town, this community safe, whatever that looks like. So.
And I think, and I think most of council would probably agree, when it's a situation of a criminal, we're not even having this discussion anymore. You're taking action as public safety to take that criminal off the streets of McCandless.
And by and large, for decades, if we encounter somebody who's a criminal, whether they're undocumented or a full-fledged United States citizen, we have a job to do as far as taking them into custody and processing, right? What that looked like still probably does. If you happen to, during the course of their investigation, determine that they are undocumented or they might happen to be here, the last time I handled one was, forgive me, it's been a while. But you would call the South Side, speak with the Pittsburgh office, and they would research the individual and let you know whether or not they had to take them because of some outstanding matters. But the ICE operations that are out there now are different. And but our job hasn't changed. It remains the same. It's keeping citizens and anybody who traverses the towns. So whatever that looks like in the eyes of council, that's what it'll be.
Thank you. Mr. Gigetti,
I would genuinely like to thank the public for coming out tonight in a large score and telling us your thoughts. This is a council that deeply values the input of our residents and our public, and we take it very seriously. Almost this entire notepad here is filled with notes that all of you in this audience said tonight. And I will take this home and I will review all of these notes. We are serious about what we do. We are serious about this town and keeping everybody safe and responding to the needs and the concerns of our citizens. I think emotions are hot over all of this. I am glad that we are not casting a vote on this tonight. I think there are other towns that would not adhere to the due process and try to ram something like this through. But we value public input. We are going to discuss this further and we're going to come to some consensus, whatever that may be. And I look forward to that. And if you have anything else to say, I please urge you to email us to come to the next meeting and to let your voice be heard.
And your opinions make the difference in this town. It's not my town. It's not Nick's town. It's not Doug's town. It's not Trish's town. It's our town.
Amen.
It's our town.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Ms. Alt.
I reiterate what Mr. Giorgetti said. I was heartened to see the messaging that was coming through. Someone actually asked me specifically how I was going to vote on the matter. And I advised them that we expected a large gathering here tonight and that I would listen very carefully. And you may have noticed, I also am a note taker. I heard some very good points. I also heard some very troubling points that concern me about how people might misunderstand situations. And I'm glad to hear everyone up here, as well as the chief, talk about the difference between people who are criminals, who are engaged in criminal behavior, versus people who are not. And I think that we are all in agreement that, you know, we love our town. Part of the appeal here is safety, you know, that your children can play outside. They can wait at the bus stop. We don't have concerns. You know, if you leave your front door unlocked, you're not worried that when you come home, your belongings are gone. That's the kind of community we want. But part of that safety also must be making sure that we take care of everyone that's in our borders. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Arlo.
Yeah, we had a lot of healthy conflict here tonight. We had one unruly guy, but we took care of that
Thank you.
and appreciate that. But, you know, there are a lot of compelling arguments and I can sympathize with a lot of the emotions with all the speakers here and, you know, they're really, moving the anecdotal type of comments. Before this week, I had not heard one constituent email me, call me, text me that this was a problem within the town. I know our last meeting, we talked about this. We knew this was kind of coming on the horizon. And, you know, the question comes up is we're already functioning our law enforcement, which is most important to me, public safety and law enforcement, already functioning in a manner that would, you know, this statement would come out that for. And the question I have is, do we need to codify this or you know, why now? Why is it such an urgency to take this on? You know, again, this is the way we already act. When I talk about cooperation and collaboration with the federal government, you know, we sent Chief Hawk to FBI training in Quantico. And I'm very proud of that. You know, that's something that, you know, I think public safety needs to go from local to county to state police, all the way to the federal government. And when we start saying we're not going to cooperate, that's man, I mean, that's a hard one for me. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you. I guess it came up and, you know, just because whenever I took an oath to serve this town, it was really important to me and to follow the Constitution, state and federal law. And I have a question for you, Mr. Corbett.
Yep.
Is you know, any sort of, like, it's been brought up by Mr. Wall and it's been brought up a couple of times through our speakers here this evening. I did not see that there'd be any you know, a chance of gray area where I was not following these laws, but would there be?
Not that I see in the document as it is prepared.
Thank you.
Well,
And I guess I have, you know, the why now question. I think 2 weeks ago, people at Oakmont Borough Council didn't think they needed this
It's what I need to remind people, and I think what we heard tonight were a lot of people's positions on immigration enforcement across the board. What I want to remind people is we don't have jurisdiction over ICE. We can't stop ICE from being in our community. That is impossible. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Whether you like it or not, if they want to be here, they will be here. So we need to make that clear that this is not a resolution saying ICE can't come to McCandless. But it's, the comments today have given me a lot of thoughts. But I do think the time for this is now. In my opinion, I want to see something. I think, as parents, many of us up here are parents, many of you out here are parents. We don't wait for our children to screw up. They kind of do that on their own, right? But we give them the expectation of how we want them to act. We want them to act and do the right thing. They know that expectation ahead of time. And I think that's what this is we are saying the expectation is that we are not going to enter into that agreement. The expectation is that federal immigration enforcement will do this job, that our local officers will not be doing this job, will not do the job of ICE. So that's where I look at it, kind of as we're saying this out loud. And I would hope that it would even make our officers' jobs easier because it's clear. We're given clarity to what they would like to do. Any further?
Yeah,
comments
I'll
from
still ask for a subcommittee to go over the wording, because I'm not comfortable with the wording as it is. I'm willing to sit down and come up with wording that's acceptable to everybody. The wording as it is, I believe, Mr. Corbett, that it does put our lives at risk. And, you can say what you want. I mean, I want to be a 7-0 board in this. But guess what? The wording doesn't match what we're doing. And I don't want to have somebody down the line question my oath of office because we screwed up in the wording of a proclamation. That's where I'm at.
Would you be able to, highlight that? I don't know that we need a subcommittee for this.
Rewrite it if you'd like.
Well, no, not to rewrite but like when you say wording, like, is there a specific?
Yeah, I'll go through it and I'll send it to you. Because the way it sits right now, it has us not adhering to the laws of Pennsylvania. It has.
Okay, can you,
excuse me,
please, yeah, I was going to ask Mr. Wall if he could point out one example of that. Here, you could have my copy.
Thank you. Whereas the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania require that a warrant, I pointed that out, that a judge, whether it's a magistrate or a judge, that needs to be quantified more for me. Because if you have the ability to issue a warrant, whether you're a judge, whether you're a magistrate, whether you're the Supreme Court justice, who's to say what in the way that this is written, who's to say? And what happens if the person that's reading this doesn't agree with it or doesn't agree with the judge? There's too much wiggle room. If we're gonna batten down the hatches on this stuff, do it all way. So I'll be glad to sit down with anybody that wants to sit down. And you know what? I would like a second legal opinion on whether this violates our oath of office, because I still believe that it does. We took an oath to adhere to the laws of Pennsylvania and to the Constitution and to the laws of the United States. Immigration policy is a law of the United States. So I do believe that it puts us at risk.
But what we've established is ICE can operate here in town. We are not preventing the operation of these executed warrants, whatever, if, criminals, etc. We are not.
That leads me to the other wording. Okay, the other wording where you have a magistrate. Okay, or you have a judge. If somebody, the way it's worded right now, if somebody does not agree with that judge, they can say, that's it. I'm not gonna adhere to the warrant.
I think neutral and detached is the legal parlance. That's correct. Is that right?
I
Yes.
still think we can get tighter.
And I really think that as elected officials, we can't go on our opinions or feelings about something that's been vetted by legal personnel. That
Thanks for a second.
but what I'm asking, what I'm just asking, sir, is that you provide something more concrete than I just don't feel good about this. You know, we're all sitting here trying very respectfully to listen to the concerns of the town, to respectfully listen to each other. But I think that we need to be above feelings and opinions. We need to deal in what is real, what is fact, what is law.
That's why I asked for a second opinion. If
Okay,
if you have a doctor that gives you an opinion that tonsillitis and you have a pain in your back, you're gonna ask for a different, you're gonna.
Yeah, but you don't ask the valet who parked your car. I mean, that's very much.
okay, let's, Mr. Well, we'll move on. Mr. Corbo.
So I can tell you that there has already been a second opinion. There's been a third opinion, a fourth, a 10th opinion. This document with this language has been reviewed by many attorneys in Allegheny County, and this language has been vetted and cleared, not by just me, but by many, many other attorneys, ones that I respect and that I agree with, obviously. But you know, this is not something where those words that have no meaning or wiggle room. There is a legal meaning assigned to those words. That's what they mean. And just like any other warrant, if you're picked up on a warrant, you have a lawyer that argues why the warrant was no good, and that's what will happen in this scenario. So I don't believe there's any second opinion that needs to be obtained by town council, that it exists because this document exists and has been put through the ringer and communities around Allegheny. So that's all I want to add.
Thank you. Any further questions from Mr. Corbel? Really? Any further comments from council at this time?
I have one further.
Yeah.
Two.
Okay.
Mr. Schwen, you would probably know better than most about federal funding. It's something a lot of people brought up. In your expert opinion, how would withholding of funds based on this resolution, what would that look like? How would it affect us? You can map out a couple of possibilities.
I don't know that I have an answer to that that's hard and fast. We looked through the grant documentation and did not find anything that directly ties anything like this to that. I mean, we're kind of in uncharted territory with some of this too, though. And as administrations change and maybe certain administrations, treat things differently, I can't guarantee that we wouldn't be looked at unfavorably, but I also can't guarantee that we would be. There's no solid answer on that. We've discussed that with the chief and discussed it with our legal team too, to see if they've seen any evidence of that anywhere else.
I want to echo the council president's comments about, all patterns start with one. Being preventative is the best thing I think we can do. And I think the last thing, and this was touched on briefly, as far as, we listen to all of the training that the McCandless police go through. And those skills are tools. And so tools can be used for good and for ill. And I think that this goes some way to providing clarity that we don't want those tools used for ill. The way that currently ICE is hired is insufficient. The checks that are given and the training that they are supplied with compared to McCandless police. And so using our better tools Seems like a poor decision.
My final comment, the resolution 2026-03, it goes beyond reaffirming shared values. It establishes a formal policy of non-cooperation with federal immigration authorities, prohibits future agreements that allow collaboration. That's a problem for me. Even in circumstances where cooperation may improve public safety.
Thank you.
Like I said, looking at the wording, you can come up with mutual discussion.
Okay. If no further questions, we look forward to voting on this at our February 23rd meeting. Now I would like to open up the floor to public non-agenda comments.
Rita Martin, and I just want to thank you. It's so wonderful to hear your opinions, even when I don't disagree with them. I am so grateful to hear what you think. It doesn't always happen here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, there's nothing further. Council will now go into executive session to discuss illegal matters. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. A second?
Second.
Georgetti, all in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Any against?